Councilman Zendaya, I think you're gonna do Housing Authority really briefly.
I'd like to call this meeting to order. We could have a quick roll call, please.
Councilwoman Allen.
Present.
Councilwoman Price.
Present.
Councilman Supernaw.
Here.
Councilwoman Mungo. Councilmember Uranga.
Present.
Received. Councilman Austin. Vice Mayor Richardson. Commissioner Tanzer.
Here.
Vice Chair Sorrow. Chair Zendejas.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. If we could read the first item, please.
Item 1 is a recommendation to receive and file notice of adjournment of the September 14th, 2021 regular meeting of the Housing Authority.
May I please have a motion?
Confirmed. Received.
Thank you. Any comments from the council? Seeing none, do we have public comment on this item?
No public comment, Chair.
Thank you. Call for a vote, please.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 2 is a recommendation to approve the minutes of the Housing Authority regular meeting held Tuesday, August 10th, 2021.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please, in a second?
Confirmed. We have it.
Thank you. Any comments from council colleagues? Any public comment?
No public comments, Chair.
If we could please call for a vote.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 3 is a recommendation to receive and file the Housing Authority financial and operational performance reports for June 2021 citywide.
Thank you. Any comments from council? Any public comment?
No public comments.
Please call for a vote.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 4 is a recommendation to receive and file the Housing Authority financial and operational performance reports for July 2021 citywide.
Thank you. Any comments from my colleagues? Any public comment on this item?
No public comment.
Call for a vote, please.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 5 is a recommendation to adopt resolution authorizing the Assistant Executive Director to execute all documents not to exceed $881,441 from the County of Los Angeles to continue to administer the Homeless Incentive Program citywide.
Thank you. Any comments from my colleagues? I need a second on that motion. Thank you. With no comments, do we have any public comments?
No public comments, Chair.
Thank you. We could please call for a vote. Thank you.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 6 is a recommendation to adopt a resolution to execute all required documents from the Los Angeles Housing Department to continue the housing opportunities for persons with AIDS program citywide.
Thank you. Any comments from my colleagues? Public comment?
No public comments, Chair.
Let's call for a vote. Thank you.
Commissioner Tanzer? Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 7 is a recommendation to authorize the Assistant Executive Director to execute all documents necessary to amend contract number 34756 with BDO USA LLP in an amount not to exceed $696,378,000 citywide.
Thank you. Any comments from my council colleagues? Seeing none. Any public comment?
No public comment.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 8 is a recommendation to authorize the Assistant Executive Director to execute interagency agreements for the Emergency Housing Voucher Program between the Housing Authority of Long Beach and the Housing Authority of Los Angeles County Community Development Authority, Compton Housing Authority, and the Norwalk Housing Authority citywide.
Any comments from my colleagues? Seeing none. Any public comment?
No public comment.
Thank you.
Councilman Austin? Motion carries.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 9 is a recommendation to adopt utility allowances for affordable rental housing programs effective January 1, 2022 citywide.
Any comments from my colleagues? Seeing none. Any public comment?
No public comments, Chair.
Thank you.
Sorrow, Councilwoman Sorrow. Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. Do we have any general public comment?
No general public comment, Chair.
Thank you. This meeting is now adjourned.
Well, thank you. That actually was not the council meeting. That was the Housing Authority, which needed to happen before the council meeting. And we just exited a closed session, so we do apologize. We had two very large closed session items, so we had to finish those before we came out for the council meeting. So I call the council meeting now to order. We're going to begin by having a moment of silence and our pledge led by Councilwoman Susie Price, and then we'll begin the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I want to take a moment to acknowledge that prior to our moment of silence and let everyone know that domestic violence affects women, children, and men, and that there are numerous organizations in the city of Long Beach committed to helping victims of domestic violence work through their own struggles and obtain pathway to having strength and doing so with a lot of support and getting out of bad situations. So for this moment of silence, I'd like us to reflect upon and share a moment of silence for victims of domestic violence who have suffered injury and/or lost their lives as a result of an act of violence in the home. So with that, let's take a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you. If you'll please rise if you're able, place your hand over your heart and join me in a salute to the flag of our nation. I pledge allegiance
Thank you. Let me go ahead and just make a couple announcements. We have a long agenda. The first item that we're going to hear will be the Latino Cultural Center presentation and items. So we'll be hearing that first on the agenda. Then we'll be doing the 2 commission items. So if there's folks here for the commission items, those 2 will go, and then we'll have public comment and the rest of the agenda on the council. Before we get started, let's go ahead and have a motion and a second for the consent calendar to get those items. Is there public comment for those? If there is, we'll hold those then for after the first presentation. And then we'll move on. We'll do the consent calendar in just a minute. Then instead, I want to go ahead. We have with us actually, we're starting to ease back into presentations. We don't have a full presentation back, but we had stopped by the ASI leadership at Cal State Long Beach, the student body president, I believe the student body vice president, and the ASI treasurer, I think, are all here for this upcoming year. Let's give them a round of applause, first of all. And I think to introduce them, I know we have Dr. Nevins here. Miles Nevin is the executive director of the ASI government or ASI organization at Cal State Long Beach. And Dr. Nevin, did you want to introduce the students, and maybe we can the ASI president maybe can say hello as well.
Happy to do so. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening to you and members of the council. My name is Miles Nevin. I have the great privilege of working at the Associated Students at Cal State Long Beach with our new student body president, Jesus Gonzalez, our vice president for finance, John Barcelona, and Sierra Darwin is our chief government relations officer who does our lobby corps and all of our legislative work. Just quickly, I know that some of you are former ASI presidents or student leaders yourself, and so you know a bit about the ASI structure in the California system. It's very special. These are organizations that are run by students. We have about 400 student leaders and student staff that help run our organization. It's a large nonprofit corporation on campus that owns and operates the student union, the recreation center, the child care center, and much more. And that really makes it a meaningful, rich experience for these students. And so we are very proud of what we do, and I'm happy to introduce them. If you're not crunched for time, they were just going to share 1 or 2 goals with you. It'll take maybe a minute.
Sure thing.
Okay.
All right, thank you. It's an amazing possibility to be here. I always wanted to become in the City of Council, the Chamber, and especially this new location. As Dr. Miles mentioned, my name is Jesus Gonzalez. I'm the ASI president for the 2021-2022 school year. I am very, very proud and honored to be here. I'm a 4th-year major in sociology and political science. I'm a proud Latino and AB 540 and undocumented student. One of my goals that I want to present to you all and be excited for is that CSU will be one of the first CSU to provide an undocumented international students food insecurity resource. Within the CSU system, we're the first that will allow alternative food insecurity resources that will provide our students who are facing these difficulties. Amongst that, we're going to be starting this pilot program at Cal State Long Beach, and future holds that other CSUs partner up with us. In addition to that, we are also civic engagement, in which is an opportunity for us to engage with all of our students. And I'll let Sierra Darwin talk a little bit more about that, and thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. As President mentioned, my name is Sierra Darwin. I'm a 3rd-year political science major. And I serve as the Chief Government Relations Officer. My goal is to promote civic engagement on campus and to connect our students with opportunities to meet and discuss with their legislators. This year, we participated in the 2021 ballot bowl for the gubernatorial recall election, where we won first place, registering the most students in the CSU system to vote, which we're very proud of. And also this year, one of our major goals is to introduce a local politics series, where we are going to engage our students in educational materials and events to teach our students about local issues and engage them with our community, including some events regarding homelessness, housing security, sustainability, and mental health resources available in Long Beach, as well as connecting those students with local leaders and engaging them in the community. And we would be really happy to work with the City Council and work with our community leaders to achieve this goal. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I want to just start off by just to the students. I'm going to volunteer former student body president Susie Price to be one of your local speakers for your series. You guys may or may not know, but Councilwoman Price was student body president. And when I was a freshman coming in, she had just graduated, actually. And
he's trying to say I'm much, much older than him.
But a lot of us here were in student government or went to the university. And so just to the students, thank you for standing up for students, for being a voice for students, for all students, regardless of their documentation status. I didn't become a citizen until I was 21 years old at Cal State Long Beach as student body president. So I know that it's very difficult sometimes for all students to get that full experience. So what you're all doing means a lot. I see right behind you, Dr. Ramos, who was there when I was there, still there as a professor. And great work. And so Dr. Nevin and just to the students, thank you for stopping by. And we appreciate it and look forward to supporting you, all of you on your goals. Thank you. And with that, we're going to go and move on to the first presentation, and then we'll do the consent calendar. But I think we have majority of people are here for item 18. So let's go ahead and do item 18, please, Madam Clerk.
Report from City Manager, recommendation to receive and file a report on the Latino Cultural Center Community Engagement and Business Plan, citywide.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. We do have a presentation. This is a pretty exciting item that we're in front of. This is an investment that the council made, and it's been really important to the community. I'd like to turn it over to Tracy Kalunga, who will start off our presentation.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, we are so excited and pleased to provide you with an update on the Latino Cultural Center. Next slide, please. Back in September of 2019, Council, you all authorized $50,000 to support outreach efforts for Latino Cultural Center. And then back last November, we invited 50 prominent Latino leaders to serve on the steering committee, and many of those leaders are here in the audience today, and we want to thank them for their countless hours of advising and guiding us into this process. Also, we want to thank the Departments of Economic Development, Parks, Recreation, Marine, and Public Works. Brent Dennis, Eric Lopez, John Keisler, and Sergio Ramirez have been huge partners in lifting this effort over the last year. Central Cha led a very robust community engagement process, which you'll see in just a moment. And Lord Cultural Resources has developed a draft business plan for your review this evening. Oh, next slide, please. There. Thank you. The steering committee has been working diligently over the last 10 months to produce the report this evening. We had a big kickoff last December. We were excited and the mayor welcomed everyone to the steering committee. We looked at the history and data about Latinos in Long Beach. We saw a market overview of models and trends and a case study review of other Latino cultural centers across the country. In addition, as I mentioned, Central Cha led a 5-month, very robust community engagement process. We reviewed the community engagement report and provided feedback. And then from a culmination of all this information, Lord Cultural Resources developed the draft business plan for your review this evening. Next slide, please. Now I would like to call up Jessica Quintana, Executive Director of Central Cha, and Megan Anaya. They're going to provide an overview of the community engagement process.
Hear me? Can everybody hear me? Yeah? Perfect. Thank you so much, Tracy. And Jessica will join us in just a few moments, but I will begin today's presentation by giving you an introduction into how our community engagement went. So next slide, please. Now, this is going to be the quickest version of the history snapshot that we gave at the beginning of every community engagement session we had. And this is for the purpose of giving some community education, but also some cultural context into the issue and why it's needed. So, just to begin, after the 1848 U.S.-Mexico War, Mexico lost about 55% of its territory to the U.S. This left over 100,000 Mexicanos north of the border. But following that event, Mexicans were largely decimated for decades to come. So between the 1850s to the 1940s, the Latino population largely decreased. Now, following the establishment of the Wilmore City, which eventually became Long Beach, this area was in an area that was largely derived from the Los Nieto brother territory acquisition. And this comprised of Los Alamitos, Los Cerritos, and Los Coyotes. So this area was largely connected to the Latino roots. However, by the 1960 census, we saw that the Latino population had decreased to nearly 7,500. But at that time, the Latino population started to revive and grow again because their labor force was largely looked for the current workforce developments as well as for the economics in the city. And so by 2019, we see that the Latino population grew from merely 7,500 to over 198,000. That's an increase of over 191,000 or a factor of 2,652%. Now, that might not seem that big of a change, but if you take a look at the entire city's population, it increased by only 118,460 during the same time period. That's a factor of 74%. So the Latino population has grown to be the largest ethnic population in the city. Now, I'm going to give you an introduction into what the city's current demographics look like, and this was just to give you context as to how the city has grown and how the demographics have changed over time. Next slide. Thank you. So, we see that presently, according to the 2020 census, Long Beach Latinos represent 43% of the entire city's population. Of that, we take a look at family households in the city, and we see that 31.9% of all family households identify as Latinos. Now, to take a further dive into what our Latinos look like here in Long Beach, we see that 81.2% of all Latinos are of Mexican heritage. But we also have residents from Central America, South America, Peru. We also have them from Puerto Rico, Cuba, and even the Dominican Republic. So we have a broad range of Latinos represented here in Long Beach. And so if we take a look now, not only at the composition of their origin, but we take a look at their age composition, we see that 30.4% of the Latinos living in Long Beach are under the age of 18. Those are our youth populations. And then when we take a look at the Latinos who are of working age, that represents 65% of all Latinos here in Long Beach, which is not surprising when we take a look at the workforce and we see that 42% of Long Beach's residential workforce are Latino. And this is important when we start to understand what kinds of needs, what kinds of services, and what is our population going to request from a cultural center. Now, I also must direct your attention to some of the opportunity gaps and the economic challenges that our community faces before we look at what the community requested. Because in much of what the community requested, it's reflected in many of these opportunity gaps, including educational attainment, income gaps, health access, as well as our digital divide, immigration issues, language barriers, and even some of our household challenges. Next slide, please. So, of course, our community engagement was rich and robust, and as much as I would enjoy providing you with all of the details, we don't have all night, so I'm going to give you just a glimpse of the outreach and findings that we had from our community engagement. So, there was an overwhelming vocalized need for a cultural center that goes beyond the traditional museum or cultural center, and our community is really seeking not only cultural recognition or arts, but they're looking for support through wellness, equity, social justice, economic opportunities, historical connections. They're looking for education, healing services, and really opportunities for recovery. And so when we take a look at the tree presented, this is just a word tree that captures some of the dialogue that our community brought up time and time again. And we see empowerment, we see recognition, we see acceptance. And so what we gain from this is that Latinos struggle not only with a sense of belonging or a sense of acceptance, but they're also struggling with trauma, financial burdens. They're struggling with job insecurities, disparate health impacts, educational attainment gaps, family struggles, language barriers, immigration issues, and even a digital divide, as I mentioned before. Next slide, please. So, Centro Cha really did do our best to implement an outreach plan that was broad and robust to make sure that we didn't cherry pick our participants, but instead we cast a broad net to make sure that our true Latino voice here in the city was captured. And through this effort, we hosted 19 focus groups, which encompassed 263 individuals, and it also gained participation from 25 local organizations. We held these sessions in both English and Spanish to make sure that it was language inclusive for all of our participants. Additionally, we collected 77 survey responses, which were collected from students, youth, as well as residents over the age of 18. We also connected with many of our city leaders and experts and hosted 15 key informant interviews to see what they had to say, what their input was on the center. And finally, we hosted a CSULB MBA student research study, which included 12 MBA program students, 3 professors, as well as 1 well-known urban planner. Next slide, please. So, from all of this outreach, what we found can be summarized into 4 main categories. We see that space and facilities was a big thing to our community. Programs, services, and exhibits spoke dearly to our community. Community arts, health, and wellness, as well as education overall was a big thing. And economic and community development was very big to our community. But these are sort of umbrella categories. So to take a look at the more specific concepts that were identified by our community, you can see at the broad array of descriptions below with pictures and what our community really wants to see. And of course there's more, but these are just the most popular ideas as we have to phase in some of the ideas that our community is seeking. And historic exhibits was one of the first ones. Our community is really seeking acceptance and connections to the roots here. So they want to hear stories, pictures, and really have that connection solidified between us and and our history here in the region. Now, a trusted safe space was the next thing that came up very often. Our community wants to make sure that this cultural center is not only a space where they can get resources, but they want to make sure it's a safe space where they feel comfortable to access these resources, and that it's safe for people of all ages, all backgrounds, and that everyone feels comfortable in the city to go. Additionally, making sure that we create a community resource hub as sort of a pipeline to give information as well as to provide information or other resources on some of the issues that our community may be facing, some of the challenges they are seeking help for. Now, additionally, there was a very high outcry for services and programs regarding workforce development, entrepreneurial development, as well as business development. Now, our community, of course, still wanted to see cultural arts, education, language programs, language services, even assistance in tech services, and so forth. And that all falls under cultural education and arts. And then another interesting thing was that the community wanted to see architecture, decor, aesthetics, and displays that really reflected the diverse Latino community. Because one thing they mentioned was that when they look at downtown, it doesn't reflect the Latino people. There's not one thing that really reflects their culture. And so that's really missing to their connectedness in the community. Of course, student support services was another large thing, but one thing that was interesting that I may mention is that the community really fell in love with the concept of including an El Mercado, a traditional Latino marketplace that can serve in the historical cornerstone of the city, but it can be a comprehensive economic development and a mixed-use project that's not only going to highlight and showcase the city's Latino population and their vitality, but it's also going to support support the center overall as an economic generator, because this can pull in new businesses, this can support local businesses, and this can also be a place for tourists, for visitors, and for even the city overall. So, of course, this is the overall view of the community engagement and a snapshot. If anyone is interested in the detailed information, I will be proud to provide that to you. But I'm going to keep the show going, and I'm going to pass it on to Jessica Quintana.
Great. Thank you, Megan, so very much. For those who may not know, Megan just graduated with her master's in economics. So she is one of the youngest economists here in the city of Long Beach, and is already doing great work, as you can see. So we're so very proud to have her. So on behalf of Centro Cha and our advisory committee and our Latino community, and just want to give a big thank you to the city council members, to our mayor, to city manager Tom Modica, to John Kaiser, Brent Dennis, to Eric Lopez, Tracy Colunga, for all their support in this initiative, because without your investment, we would have never been able to do this feasibility study that's so much needed in our community. I'm not going to go over the demographics that's already been presented, but what I would just like to say, thank you on behalf of the organization, and we look forward to the next steps of conducting a feasibility study for the El Mercado de Long Beach and a Latino Cultural District. So we're excited for that. I know that's next. And we look forward to working with Mr. Kaiser and our city manager to making that happen. And our hardworking committee members, and some of them are here today. So if some of our committee members could just stand up. I know we have a lot more who couldn't be here, and some of them are elders, but our committee advisors who are part of the Cultural Center, just stand up and to be recognized or give a wave. Yeah. Thank you for your time and service. So as you can imagine, we had 40 members, but some folks, cannot be here in person and they're watching. So thank you so much for your time and service. And so I also just want to thank our community members who came out today. So this is why you won't hear a long speech from me today, because our community has so much to say. So thank you, community, for coming out. Give yourselves a round of applause. And they're in support, and we have a lot of watchers watching at home, and we are in full support of this project. So thank you on behalf of Centro Cha.
Thank you, Jessica, so much. And I'm going to go to Mr. Modica, and did staff have additional comments? Or?
Yes, we would like to present the business plan by Lord Consulting.
Great.
Great, and we will go quickly through this, Mayor. I would like to present Veronica Gonzalez and Javier Jimenez from Lord Cultural Resources. Veronica's here in person, and her colleague Javier is in remote via WebEx.
Honorable Mayor, City Council members, it's a pleasure to join you this evening. I'm from Lord Cultural Resources, and we have just celebrated our 40-year anniversary. Lord Cultural Resources was founded in 1981 in response to an emerging need for specialized planning services in the cultural and heritage sector. We are now the world's largest cultural professional practice, with completion of over 2,500 projects in 57 countries across the world. Lord has earned an international reputation for sector leadership, innovation, and excellence. It has been a true honor to have worked with your very esteemed steering committee, the city's amazing staff, Tracy, Brent, Sergio, and now Eric, and to have a very important partnership with Centro Cha on the planning of the Latino Cultural Center, Jessica, David, and Megan. Thank you all for the opportunity to work together. We join you in your enthusiasm, engagement, and leadership in moving this very important project forward in a way that continues to be transparent, equitable, inclusive, with a focus on access of resources on behalf of your very substantial and growing Hispanic constituencies. We look forward to the Council's deliberations and consideration of our plan. I now want to introduce my colleague, Javier Jimenez. Javier is our Director of Organization and Strategy. He has a high level of expertise and many years of experience in leading a wide range of projects with museums, cultural organizations, and municipalities. Of course, we will be here following our presentation to answer any questions you may have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Veronica. This is Javier speaking. I hope you can hear me all right.
We can hear you.
Great. So I'm going to be presenting just 5 slides snapshot of the business plan. I just wanted to add my gratitude again for the process. It's been very enriching. You can see that the process followed a 3-phased approach. We have tried to build on the work of other partners along the process. Very important, the contributions from the community engagement process that Centrocha led, and part of our effort was to be quantifying the implications of this initiative, trying to come up with operational and also capital cost estimates for this project moving forward. We can go to the next slide. Thank you. So what the business plan includes, the full document is a process overview and a methodology, then the context. We looked also at the cultural market realities and best practices as well. We developed a long list of cultural centers of similar scope, and also did a short list of a more detailed analysis of 4 more relevant institutions. Alongside, we have also compared with local institutions in Long Beach to try and estimate attendance levels and other variables. We then developed operating assumptions across a number of categories, and I have to say here that the business plan is built on these assumptions. And these assumptions may change, and that is okay, right? Because at this point in time, there are things that need to be still determined, like for example the scale of the building, and some of these assumptions will have an impact on the final numbers. So for now, we are working with the assumptions that we have been able to build through the process of consultations and through the advice also from the steering committee and the different stakeholders. And we believe that the assumptions that we have in place are solid enough. But as I say, we are realistic in the sense that this may evolve as the planning moves forward. And the ultimate result is to produce attendance and financial projections for operations, meaning after opening day, so we can estimate how much this will cost to run during the first 5 years of operations, and also a capital cost estimate that I will show you in a minute. I'll move on to the next one, please. Thank you. So diving right into the summary of the operational revenues and expenses, we are focusing on year 5 of operations after opening, just because we in our experience, the first couple of years or even 3 years are years when fluctuations may occur due to the novelty factor, due to inexperience, ramp up of different programs. And by year 4 or year 5, we can start to assess an institution in a more steady state. So these numbers I'm going to be presenting now are for year 5 after opening. And the budget that we have calculated is around $1.6 million per year. This would be non-inflated. And that would be the operational expense of the institution. We've then analyzed revenue in different categories, and we start with earned revenue, meaning the revenue that the museum, the cultural center can generate by itself, by its own activities, for example, through admissions, through rentals, through programs, performing arts, and other things, other services that may be on offer. And this amounts to 23% of operating costs being covered by earned revenue. It is a good performance in the cultural sector. We've seen anything between 10 and 20-25% in the comparables. Very rarely anything above 30%. So we believe this is it's a good target to achieve, but it does point to the fact that other revenues also required beyond earned revenue, and we have to be very transparent if we want this institution to be sustainable in the long term. In being aware that it's a very mission-driven institution, and the model reflects that, right? It's not a market-oriented performance, meaning that, for example, ticketing and program, some of the services programs that Centro Cha already shared, some of those programs will not be trying to make a profit in the price points, right? So some of what that means is that some kind of subsidy or some kind of alternative funding is required, and I'll talk about that in a minute as well. We estimate that around 9 in-house full-time positions will be created in the center, supplemented by approximately another 9 contractors. So we're looking in total at 18 positions. This would be new jobs in the local economy. And in terms of attendance, we've projected around 18,400 per year. It could be more than this. We've been conservative here, but also, because we believe that the programs are going to be of high quality and the attention to detail, attention to the visitors. We don't want to look as much in maximizing quantity, but making sure that the quality is there in program delivery. So the range of 18,000 to 20,000 seems reasonable with that in mind. And I finish with the point about other sources of revenue, and that would be the need would be for around 1.3 million to come from other sources beyond earned revenue. And what other sources those could be? They could be the Mercado, which is going to be a study is going to be developed soon on the feasibility of that specific initiative. Also, public-private partnerships and government contributions at the different levels, including federal, state, local, all types of government funding. Also, corporate contributions and donations, sponsorships, and we are recommending an endowment for operations to be put in place as well as the capital campaign is put for the building. We advise to create another capital campaign for the endowment and also grants. So we can move on to the next one. Thank you. One important assumption we have to make, and which, as I said, may change, is the size of the building. At present, we are working with an assumption of 15,000 square feet of indoor space, and you can see how we recommended a breakdown of those spaces between exhibition spaces, public and events and amenities, also education and mediation spaces for more specific workshops and classrooms and things like that, and then back of house and offices at 15% of the total building. There was a big request from the community to also provide outdoor spaces, so we are also forecasting that in the total construction. So the total programmable space is actually 21,300, including indoor and outdoor. This, as I said, is based on our knowledge at this time, and it might be a renovation of an existing building, potentially an option that exists in the Chavez Park, but we don't know if it might also be a new build. So those are things that will be cleared as the project moves forward. We can move on to the next one. Thank you. Yeah, and this is just a quick ramp up of operating expenses vis-a-vis earned revenue, and basically what this shows is the gap, right, between the 1.6 operating budget of the institution and the 380,000 earned revenue that we forecast the cultural center to produce. And in the next slide that we can move on to now, thank you, I'll show you the other sources of revenue that will cover the gap and what are the amounts that we have recommended. And I'll just focus on the top 3, starting with the largest, which is the last one. That would be public and private partnerships and all levels of public funding. And what we have learned from our research of cultural centers of this type is that they all rely on some sort of public funding. And this also goes back to the reasoning that many of these institutions, or all of them, are mission-driven institutions. they are put in place to serve a community need, and as such, the involvement of the public sector is critical from the beginning to end. At the moment, the public sector has been very involved at the local level, and we hope that will continue. The second largest item that we have forecasted here is endowment, and this would of course depend on whether the capital campaign can afford, or whether it's realistic to put a parallel capital campaign for endowment. But we believe that if approximately 10 million fund was raised for endowment for operations, then that would yield approximately 270,000 per year, which would be it will really be a great cash cushion for sustainability long term. So we are really advocating for this. And then the third item is the Mercado. You can see that it stands at the top there at 181,000. This is our very preliminary estimate of what the Mercado could generate as a net revenue. But as Centro Cha said, and I also said, there's another study doing this in more detail that will confirm whether this number is at this level or below or above. And we can move on to the next slide. Thank you. And this is my last slide. This is now we were talking about OPEX, operational revenue and cost, and now we're just focusing on this slide on capital estimation. We have run different ranges depending on different scenarios, depending on whether the cultural center is a renovation or it's a new build project, and whether that there's always a range between costs, and there are always some unexpected costs that could originate in the case of a renovation, for example. But in high level, we believe that the project would be achieved with between 26 or 26.9 million and 30 million. And this includes the three bullet points at the bottom. This includes construction costs, so hard costs at 12 to 14 million. It also would include soft costs, so all the architectural fees, project licenses at around 5 to 6 million total. And then we're adding 8 to 10 million for the endowment fund for operations that I mentioned at the beginning. So if, for example, the endowment fund was decided to not be pursued, then we would decrease this capital campaign needs by 10 million. So actually the building just requires around 20 million, right? It goes up to 30 when we include the endowment fund for operations. And this is it from me for now, and I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we're going back to staff now, Mr. Modica.
Yes, thank you, Javier and Veronica, for your hard work on the business plan. In terms of next steps and to wrap up this report, Central Cha has been identified as the nonprofit who will lead the Latino Cultural Center. They'll need to finalize the draft business plan and develop a work plan and fundraising efforts, as well as initiate the formal planning entitlement phase, and lastly, identify a permanent location for the Latino Cultural Center. Last slide, please. City staff are here to answer any questions you may have, and that concludes our report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a motion and a second. I'm going to ask the maker of the motion if we can do public comment first, and then we'll come back. So I do have a significant amount of public comment. So when I read your name, please line up in that order, and then we'll get to the public comment and then come back to the council. So I'll just read off what I have. If the first 5 speakers could please line up in this order: Armando Vasquez Ramos, David Salazar, Phyllis Arias, Ron Arias, Gerardo Arceo, and Elvia Hurtado. If those first 6 could please come forward in that order: Armando Vasquez Ramos, David Salazar, Phyllis Arias, Ron Arias, Gerardo Arceo, and Elvia Hurtado. Dr. Vasquez Ramos.
Thank you. I would like to start with a prayer. Lord, may the Dodgers make it through night. I know I said everybody's mine, okay? And I wanted to just share a little levity, but to celebrate with you and thank all the cooperation from city fathers and the administration that has been so supportive. And it's so wonderful that we're at this point in time, because it's a night and day difference from 50 years ago. Some of you know that I go back to the late 60s. And certainly what we have in this city today is capacity. The capacity to be able to go through this process to create a vision and to implement in a project. And certainly that the future of Long Beach is strong. This project will certainly create the viable opportunity to develop a long-term project in perpetuity, and now with the cooperation with the city's development of the downtown of Long Beach, connecting Drake Park with Cesar Chavez, the LA River expansion. And certainly I have already introduced or provided a letter of support that outlines what I wanted to express. So I just want to say a huge thank you. And of course, we look forward to this journey together. Thank you so much, City Manager. Thank you so much, City Council. And of course, Mayor. Adelante.
Adelante. Thank you, Dr. Vasquez Ramos. Next speaker, please.
Mayor Garcia and members of the City Council, my name is David Salazar, and I'm a Central Child Board member as well as a resident of the 5th District. We're pleased to be before you tonight to present our report for the Community Engagement and Business Plan for the Latino Cultural Center in Mercado. The creation of the center and the Mercado has been discussed for many years in the city, and we feel now its time has come. Currently, Long Beach Latinos do not have a cultural home where the community can celebrate their history, identity, and culture in a place they can call their home, their hub. They also do not have a cultural and relevant retail and commercial space that serves their needs and promotes entrepreneurship, small business development, and economic self-determination. We believe that the Cultural Center in the Mercado addresses multiple objectives and speaks to the long-standing social and economic inequalities in the city. The combination of the two projects are in perfect alignment with the city's racial and equity reconciliation initiative, as well as the up-and-coming 2.0 economic development plan. In summary, the creation of space in the development of Latino Cultural Center Mercado will not only showcase the vitality and the spirit of the city's Mexican American and Latino community, but also establishes a much-needed cultural home that will provide a place of belonging, pride, and economic opportunities for generations to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Phyllis Arias, and I've been a resident of Long Beach for exactly 50 years. In my 50 years in Long Beach, I've seen the city's community of Latinos grow from about 7% in 1971 when I arrived to about 45% today, which is remarkable. But in my years as an instructor, as a teacher, as an educator, I was always struck by how much our Latino community doesn't know about its own history. And I think that the Latino Cultural Center is the perfect opportunity for us to make sure that we all know, that the entire community knows the history of Latinos in Long Beach, the history of Latinos in California, the history of Latinos in the entire country. And so I fully support the Latino Cultural Center, and I thank the city and its staff for its support.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Ron Arias, and I'm here to completely and totally support the concept of a Latino Community Cultural Center. As Armando mentioned, I am also one of the old guys that have been around for 50 years. For those of you that remember the original Centro on Anaheim and Junipero, that's where I got my first job. And so the idea for a permanent home for the Hispanic Latino community has been around for many, many years. As communities across the nation struggle with diversity, inclusion, and equity and access issues as a result of our social change and all that is going on in the country and the world, this is a great project. It brings us together. It allows us to celebrate who we are, and ultimately, we are much more alike than we are different. This is an investment, and I thank the council for supporting this concept. the staff members, John Kaiser, Tracy, Brent, Eric, Sergio, they have been absolutely wonderful, and we wouldn't be here without them. So I just want to completely and totally support this project. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor Garcia, City Council members. My name is Gerardo Arceo. I am the Community Affairs Director at Interval House. We are very proud to support the proposed Latino Cultural Center at Mercado de Long Beach. We have no doubt that it will become an important and successful cultural, educational, and economic hub for the city, especially because of the involvement of Centro Cha and Jessica Quintana. Without question, there is no other organization that could better lead the development of this district. Centro Cha has been our community's premier cutting-edge program that has advocated for the protection and advancement of not only Latinos, but all culturally underserved and disenfranchised communities in our city. We know that they will continue to be forward-thinking and inclusive in their efforts. So on behalf of everyone at Interval House, of which only a few of us are here tonight, we enthusiastically support this incredibly important development. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Elvia Hurtado. I am the Legal and Latino Program Director at Interval House, which has provided housing and supported services for victims of domestic violence in our community since 1979. I am also the president of Hermanas, the largest support group for Latina domestic violence survivors. As a resident of Long Beach for over 45 years, I am so hopeful to see the creation of a Latino Cultural Center in El Mercado de Long Beach. It could be such a great development for our city, and it would create a sense of pride for Latinos living in Long Beach to have a dedicated area that highlights our culture. Also, it would be great for tourism to create a fun and a great place for people to come and enjoy and appreciate the diverse and colorful Latino culture and music and food and art. This would be a great, this would be a dream for our community.
Gracias, thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you very much. Okay. Bye-bye.
Thank you, gracias. Good to see you. Our next speakers are going to be Adriana Guerrero, Joshua Sneed, Griselda Suarez, Diego Zamora, Guillermina Cruz, I think it says, Marta Cota, and Ivan Garcia. So repeat those. Please line up in that order. Adriana Guerrero, Joshua Sneed, Griselda Suarez, Diego Zamora, Guillermina Cruz, Marta Cota, and Ivan Garcia.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Adriana Guerrero, and I'm the Administrative and Client Services Director at Interval House. As a lifelong Long Beach resident and director at Interval House, which has been serving Long Beach and the Latino community for over 40 years, we couldn't be more enthusiastic about this important development for our community. It will not only be exhilarating and exciting in terms of culture, tourism, and entertainment, but it will also be of serious importance in terms of helping our community access critical resources for support, from health and education to economic and housing support and much more. It's poised to be a central hub for our community, and we thank you for making this a reality for our city. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Long Beach City Council, fellow residents of Long Beach, anyone else I have the honor of addressing tonight. My name is Joshua Sneed. I'm a Long Beach resident in the 7th District, and I'm a local nonprofit executive and LA County Commissioner. I'm currently enrolled in classes at California State University, Long Beach. I'm addressing you tonight because I recently attended a presentation about the proposed Latino Cultural Center here in Long Beach, and I want to share my impressions about this project. One thing the presenters did especially well was to help me see why our fine city deserves to have a place like the proposed Latino Cultural Center, a place that feels like home, where important celebrations can be held and remembered for decades, where events and exhibits add life and meaning to the history taught in our schools. This idea will eventually become reality. It's inevitable. It's overdue. We should throw our full support behind making this happen now. I ask our City Council, if you have an opportunity to provide material support to this idea, please consider how a space like the proposed Latino Cultural Center can make our city more complete. This great idea is worth our investment of time, attention, and the funds needed to make it a reality. Thank you.
Buenas noches. I'm Griselda Suarez, Executive Director of the Arts Council for Long Beach. I just want to take a moment to also darle la bienvenida a toda la gente que está aquí esta noche con nosotros. Yo sé que este estudio y este proyecto ha sido un proyecto laboral de varios, pero también de muchas de las gentes de Long Beach, que ha sido un centro de anhelos, y esta se va a hacer una realidad. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council, for voting to have the study and to have the steering committee. This, along with the work of the African American Cultural Center and the Cambodian Cultural Center, is an important part of Long Beach's fabric. As Arts Council, it's been a pleasure to be on this steering committee, and as Indígena Chicana, to be on the steering committee has made a world of difference to know that you are invested in the Latinx Latino community here in Long Beach. This is just one intersection of how a cultural center can uplift voices in economy, in arts and culture, in education. It is an intersection, and this Latino Cultural Center is just one example of many actions. There is deep, rich history, not only in Long Beach, but in the greater Long Beach area, and I think this will be a destination for many families and many residents around the area. So thank you again, and buenas noches.
Good evening. My name is Diego Zamora. I am born and raised from Long Beach. I reside in the District 2. I support El Centro Cultural Latino and vision of El Mercado in Long Beach because I consider myself to be two sides of one coin. One side being born in Long Beach and the other one is having a Mexican background. With that being said, growing up, it's always been ni de aquí, ni de allá, which means just like not from here, but not from over there either. This cultural center, which would be from El Mercado, is just kind of bringing both of those two together and creating an area where I can relate to something where a lot of people that are just like me can go and be who they are. Thank you.
Buenas noches, alcalde y miembros del concilio. Mi nombre es Guillermina Cruz.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Guillermina Cruz.
Soy miembro de Latinos in Action. Vivo en el Distrito 6.
I am member of Latinos in Action and I am member of District 6.
Yo apoyo al Centro Cultural Latino y el concepto del mercado de Long Beach para mantener la cultura latina.
I support the Latino Cultural Center and the concept of mercado in order to support the Latino culture.
Para la comunidad latina, el Centro Cultural Latino va a representar una unidad entre nuestra comunidad.
So for the Latino community, this center is going to represent a unity in our community.
También va a crear un lugar donde nosotros podamos convivir con nuestros familiares y amistades, al igual también representar la cultura e identidad latina a comunidades.
And this place is going to allow families and friends to share a good time together and also to show the Latino identity to other cultures.
Es importante para mí y para mi familia mantener nuestra identidad en esta ciudad que nos vio crecer para las próximas generaciones.
It is important for me and my family to keep our identity for the next and future generations to see us growth in this city.
Gracias por su apoyo en esta iniciativa. Gracias.
So thanks for your support in this initiative. Thank you very much.
Buenas noches, alcalde Robert García. Un gusto verlo.
Good evening, Mayor Robert Garcia. It's a pleasure to see you again.
Y a todos los miembros del concilio. Un gusto de verlos de nuevo.
And all the council members. It's a pleasure to see you all.
Estoy aquí para apoyarlos, para apoyar el Centro Cultural Latino.
I am here to support the Latino Cultural Center.
Y la visión del mercado para tener en Long Beach.
And also the vision of El Mercado to have here in the city of Long Beach.
Sabemos que el porcentaje tan grande de latinos que tenemos en esta ciudad
We know that we have a big percentage of Latino neighbors living in this city.
pero lo más hermoso que yo pienso creando este mercado y este centro cultural
But the most beautiful thing that I believe by creating this cultural center and this mercado
es poder traer un pedacito de nuestros países
is to be able to bring a little piece of our own countries
y poder conectarnos y no sentirnos fuera de lo que realmente estamos fuera de nuestros países.
and to be able to connect and don't feel like outsiders outside our countries.
Y la segunda cosa que me emociona es saber que otras culturas van a poder conocer nuestro mercado, nuestras tradiciones, nuestras celebraciones.
And another thing that makes me really very emotional, it's really exciting, is to know that other cultures are going to be able to experience and to see our identity, our culture, our traditions.
Y además, este proyecto brindará una oportunidad de ofrecer servicios educativos, de salud y crecerá también la economía con nuestra comunidad latina.
And also because this project is going to offer education opportunities, is going to also offer health opportunities and economic growth for the entire community.
Así es que yo veo ese mercado y yo veo ese centro cultural donde vamos a cortar ese listón y queremos que todavía esté nuestro alcalde Robert García para que sea parte de ese momento.
So I envision that moment when in the cultural center and at El Mercado, there we go and cut the ribbon and the mayor and the council members are there celebrating that moment that is to come.
We support the Latino mercado. Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Greetings, Mayor and council members. My name is Ivan Garcia. I live in District 1, and I'm with Latinos in Action. And today I am speaking in support of the Latino Cultural Center and the Mercado, the marketplace in Long Beach. The reason I speak in favor is because the Latinos make a very significant chunk of the population here in Long Beach, and it's only fair that their significance is celebrated in this city, and this marketplace, this cultural hub, could be a very good way to do so. In addition to that, it can also bring about many economic benefits. Latino-owned small businesses could benefit highly from this hub, this marketplace. And it's also a way to ensure that, as others have mentioned, that immigrants and Latino communities of all types are able to be celebrated in the city. And it only makes sense because tourists, people from outside, come to visit this highly diverse place. And when they see a Latino hub, they're able to have greater exposure to the diversity, to the very, very diverse nature of the city. And that only benefits us as a city, as you know, we have an image of being very diverse, of being a highly place with a lot of high number of Latinos and high Latino influence. And so to me, it only makes sense that we have a cultural hub that celebrates and encourages Latino entrepreneurship and economic development. And those are the main reasons. Those are the reasons I am in support of a cultural center for Latinos and a mercado in the city of Long Beach. Thank you for your time and thank you for your support.
Thank you very much. Next to the speakers, we have Ariana Shagun. Wait, Ariana? I think it says Shagun. Rodrigo Zamorano, Edith Perez, Jennifer Aguirre, Kenny Green, and Maricela de Rivera. Ariana Shagun, Rodrigo Zamorano, Edith Perez, Jennifer Aguirre, Kenny Green, and Maricela de Rivera.
Hello, good evening. My name is Ariana Sagun. I am from District 4. I was born and raised in the city of Long Beach, and I'm full support of the Centro Cultural Latino and the vision of El Mercado de Long Beach. Growing up as a first-generation Mexican-American, I hold significant value to my Latina identity. I understand the importance of creating and claiming space to feel a sense of belonging. That sense of belonging will be created with the Centro Cultural Latino and the vision of El Mercado in the city of Long Beach. To me, this space represents the Latino community to flourish and prosper through the creation of economic, educational, social, and health opportunities. This space for the Latino community in Long Beach to claim their identity and express their diverse culture, tradition, and values through music, art, and performance. I am excited for the opportunity to embrace and preserve the Latino culture in the city of Long Beach. Thank you.
Buenas noches, señor alcalde y miembros del concilio.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council.
Mi nombre es Rodrigo Zamorano, vivo en el distrito 8
My name is Rodrigo Zamorano and I live in District 8.
y soy miembro de Latinos en Action.
And I am a member of Latinos in Action.
Vengo a apoyar el Centro Cultural Latino
I am here to support the Latino Cultural Center
y la visión del mercado de Long Beach para apoyar nuestra diversa comunidad.
and also the vision of El Mercado de Long Beach in order to support our diverse community.
La comunidad latina representa una gran parte de la población en Long Beach.
So the Latino community represents a big part of the population here in Long Beach.
Entonces, esta oportunidad brindará el espacio de expresar nuestra cultura y tradiciones.
So this is going to bring the opportunity to express in this space our culture and traditions.
Entonces, esta oportunidad brindará el espacio de expresar nuestra cultura y tradiciones.
Yes, and this space is going to offer the opportunity to express those cultures and traditions that we have.
Como por ejemplo, tener un espacio para celebrar nuestras fiestas patrias.
For example, to have a space to celebrate our patriotic celebrations.
Escuchar nuestra música con presentaciones latinas en vivo.
To hear our music with live presentations of shows, of Latino shows.
Bailar nuestras canciones tradicionales y expresar nuestra identidad con las artes visuales.
To dance our dances and also express our culture through the visual arts.
Esto es importante para nosotros poder tener un pedacito de nuestros países latinos presentes en la ciudad de Long Beach.
So it is very important for us to have a little piece of our Latino countries here in the city of Long Beach.
Gracias por su apoyo a esta iniciativa.
Thanks for your support to this initiative.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. First and foremost, I want to thank you for your dedication to serve our city and the implementation of this new policy. My name is Edith Perez. I am first-generation Mexican-American, born and raised in the city of Long Beach. I reside in the 7th District with my family. I fully support the Latino Cultural Center Business District and the vision of El Mercado de Long Beach because of the entrepreneurial opportunities to our community and economic growth of our city. Most importantly, I support the implementation of El Mercado de Long Beach because it will value our traditions as Latinos. El Mercado de Long Beach will represent our history, our identity, our bond to the past, to our present, and the future. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Jennifer Aguirre, and I am a Promotora Community Health Education Worker for Centro Cha. I am also a first-generation Mexican American born and raised in the city of Long Beach. I am a resident and registered voter in the 7th District. My father also owns a small furniture upholstery business in the 4th District. I am also here to support the Latino Culture Center and Business District and our vision of El Mercado de Long Beach, as it will help to grow Latino and Hispanic entrepreneurship and support local Hispanic business owners who have been impacted by the pandemic. Thank you for your time. We look forward to your support on this initiative.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and the rest of the elected officials, leaders of Long Beach. My name is Kenny Green, and I am part of the workforce development over at Central Cha. We talked about history throughout this presentation, and you know, the COVID, we are writing history where people are going to look back 100 years and study what we've done. The same you guys could make history right now with the Latino Cultural Center. And why this is important, because people 50 years, 100 years could look back because of this center, and the history of the Latino journey can be memorialized. So it won't be lost every time one of our seniors pass away. It also will give the opportunity for our youth to create the history that's going to be here for generations. We talk about the American dream. This will give, you know, opportunities for folks to live the American dream by having their own businesses, and also ensure that our youth and young adults can create career pathways. Very important, because right now you guys could make history where people could look back 100 years from now and look at the Latino Center and study what we've done and where we're going.
Good evening, Mayor Garcia, council members, and community. My name is Marisela de Rivera. I am the proud mother of these two. The three of us are proud members of the 9th District in North Long Beach. This is the first time we have attended in person since COVID, and I hope that stresses to you how important this is to us. We are here to stress our support for the Latino Cultural Center, also senators, but center, and El Mercado. And I am going to relinquish the rest of my time to Rosita, because she said I should have filled out a card for her.
We must remind ourselves that with no culture, there are no jobs. With no jobs, there's no economy. With no economy, there's no Long Beach. With no Long Beach, there is no diversity. There is no democracy.
Gracias a todos.
Thank you. That was so great. And I have our final three speakers, which are Shane Weaver, Brisa Cortina, and Abigail Mejia.
Alrighty, good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Shane Weaver, Field Representative for Assemblymember Patrick O'Donnell. Happy to be here tonight in support of Agenda Item 18, and just to read aloud a letter from the Assemblymember. I am pleased to support the Long Beach Latino Cultural Center feasibility report in collaboration with Central Cha and the City of Long Beach. The feasibility report includes a community engagement study and the proposed business plan, exploring support and financing options to create a Latino Cultural Center, district, and a mixed-use small business economic development hub. As an assembly member representing the City of Long Beach, I commend Central Cha and the City of Long Beach for championing the Long Beach Latino Cultural Center feasibility plan and business plan. Currently, there is no established commercial area representing Long Beach Latinos, which roughly is 43% of the city's population. The Latino Cultural Center will not only serve as a source of inclusion and innovation, but will also help revitalize neighborhoods by becoming a regional economic generator, offering visitors and tourists an authentic cultural experience. The Long Beach Latino Cultural Center feasibility report captured the community's input through direct engagement and explored financing options to develop the Latino Cultural Center district and a mixed-use small business economic development hub. I urge a favorable consideration of the Latino Cultural Center community engagement and business plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Brisa Cortina. I reside in the 7th District. I am supporting the Latino Culture Center and El Mercado. As a resident business owner, Latina women business owner, I have 2 locations in the 6th District and also in the 7th District. I plan on contributing to the resources and financial literacy because I am a tax preparer and because we see that this has been a project that has been much needed in our community. Growing up, I was in the Central Chat program, and which introduced me to entrepreneurship, using my skills, creating jobs now that I am. So I support, and I think this is a great idea, and this is something that's much needed in our community, and I hope that we can make this possible together. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Abigail, and I'm District Director for State Senator Elena Gonzalez, and I have a letter on behalf of the Senator to share. State Senator representing California's 33rd District and a member of the Latino Cultural Steering Committee, I write to support the Latino Cultural Center Community Engagement Business Plan. The City of Long Beach has prioritized equity, inclusion, and celebrating of its diversity and its commitment to ensuring that all residents have an equal opportunity to thrive. The Latino Cultural Center will serve as a focal point to brand the city's unique cultural identity and embrace its historical significance. These efforts can help revitalize the neighborhoods and increase the quality of life of residents, creating community pride, belonging, identity, and recognizing Latinos. For these reasons, I support the Latino Cultural Center feasibility and business plan. Thank you, everyone.
Well, thank you, and I want to just thank everyone for speaking. We do have a motion in a second. I'm going to turn it over to Councilman Zendejas in just a minute. I'm going to say just a few things. Let me start para decir nomás que me da mucho orgullo estar acá y escuchar a todos ustedes con las historias, con las experiencias y todo el trabajo que ustedes han hecho para estar en este momento, que es un momento con bastante importancia. Yo creo que en la historia de no nomás la ciudad de Long Beach, pero en la historia de latinos en nuestra comunidad. Un gran aplauso y mucho amor a Centro Cha, a Latinos en Acción y todas las organizaciones que yo sé que han trabajado mucho para llegar a este momento. Yo también como latino me da mucho pensando que podemos tener un mercado, un lugar que es bien común, no nomás en México, pero por toda Latinoamérica. Me da mucho orgullo también poder ir a tomarme un cafecito, comer un tamal, capaz un lomo saltado, pero para poder tomar nuestra comida y poder enseñar nuestro arte, que es bien, es diferente de todas otras partes del mundo. Y yo creo que es algo que es bien importante. Just want to just briefly just say also that to cap that up, that it just gives me a lot of pride to see all of you. You've worked so hard for this moment. Everyone in this audience, all of our Latino elders, the leaders, Centro Cha, Latinos en Acción, and I'm especially excited about the Mercado. I know, Jessica, you've been talking about the Mercado forever to me. And I just think it's going to be a great place to share our culture. I think you all know also that my other half is Mexican, and so I have the great fortune of eating a lot of Mexican food, which is almost as good as Peruvian food, just almost there. My two favorite foods, and so I look forward to all the tamales and aguas frescas and lomos saltados and all the great food that we're going to have at the mercado together. I will also say the one thing that makes me proud of this moment, and I've shared this with a lot of you at a lot of meetings, is as Latinos have grown, our share of our responsibility in leadership is also growing. And that means that with additional power or influence or ability to reach people, that also brings additional responsibility as a community. So I think it's important for us to recognize, and for everyone here to recognize, that the growth in population should equal a stronger desire and a stronger sense of responsibility to the city and to the community. And so I know that that's something that's really important, and that I hope, as part of this center, part of its education core is about that responsibility to serve community and the country that has welcomed us and given us and our families so much. I know that's going to be a big part of what the center is all about, and that experience that we've all had in being a part of this country. So I just want to thank you all for that. Great power comes great responsibility. I think my favorite Spider-Man quote. And I want to also just thank. If I turn it over to the council, so I'm very happy about this, and I'm super supportive. So I do plan on being there the day that we cut the ribbon in whatever capacity, maybe as a teacher at Cal State Long Beach again, with Dr. Vasquez Ramos, and I look forward to sharing that moment. I want to thank our staff has done a fantastic job. I know that Tracy Colunga, you've worked so hard on this project. I just want to thank you so much for your commitment to the project. All the staff have worked a lot, but Tracy has really gone to bat, I think, at the city. So I want to thank you, Tracy, for that. And I do want to also especially thank the two council champions that have really been also pushing me, not just on this issue, but a lot of Latino issues, to Councilman Zendejas and Councilman Urenga, who I know have been just talking about Latino issues in general for a very long time. I just want to thank them. I want to particularly also, I know Councilman Mungo also discussed this issue at the Economic Development Committee. I know that Councilwoman Allen also is a strong advocate at the committee as well. So there's a lot of advocates here at the council. I think everyone here is supportive of this project, and so congratulations. Very, very, very proud day for the community, historic day for the community. And then with that, I'm going to turn it over to the maker of the motion, Councilman Zendejas.
Thank you, Mayor. I am such a proud Latina today. Sí, hoy hacemos historia aquí en la ciudad de Long Beach. So, por eso hay que darnos todos un aplauso muy fuerte, por favor. I want to thank everybody who came up to speak today and shared their story and their support for this amazing Latino Cultural Center / El Mercado, especially Rosita, of course, and her companion Bijan. So thank you very much. Another big thanks to our amazing staff, like Mayor said, Tracy. I'm always going to want you on my side to bat for me. Thank you so much. I also want to acknowledge all the work that has already been done towards this vision for many decades. This just didn't happen. So I really want to say thank you to all of those who kept pushing to bring us here to this day today. I am honored to have been part of the Latino Cultural Center Steering Committee. Thank you for that opportunity. I am super excited and supportive of the city's of Long Beach's vision for creation of the Latino Cultural Center. I would like to begin by acknowledging and thanking the work of the Latino Cultural Center Committee, who was composed of some very, very impressive members. I also would like to thank the leadership and collaboration efforts with Centro Cha and our consultant team, the Lord Cultural Resources. The important components of the community engagement, visioning workshops, best practice research, marketing analysis, and the development of concepts and business plan. All this that was considered for the Latino Cultural Center have been amazing. At this point in this process, no formal specific sites have been identified, although as we heard tonight, we have a very, very strong community interest in a location in the areas of the Drake Chavez Master Plan. I also want to acknowledge that there is much more work to do in this effort and a lot more details to the vision for the center. As well as the concepts and plans and detailed marketing analysis and fundraising strategies that must be fully developed by the nonprofit Centro Cha that's leading this effort as it moves forward. I'd like to make a motion that the city continue to be engaged in the steering committee's efforts, that at the appropriate time, as potential locations are explored, that both public and private are explored, and that the public sites that meet the need for our Latino Cultural Center's objective be including and not limited, but included in the Drake Chavez Park. May be considered as well. If you need me to be a little more clear, staff, please let me know.
I think we got that loud and clear, so that makes a lot of sense. We'll add that into the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. The reasoning for my motion is that the possible inclusion of the Latino Cultural Center and the Mercado project in the Cesar Chavez Master Plan, which is something we're all advocating for, it would be a historic cornerstone area in the city's Mexican American and Latino community, complementing our open space and parks that we have in the surrounding community. This location also would enhance the use and programming of its existing Jenny Oropesa Community Center at Art Park. Furthermore, the development of the Latino Cultural Center in Mercado around or on Cesar Chavez Park is consistent with the goals of the city's Racial Equality, Equity, and Reconciliation Initiative report, the Blueprint for Economic Development, and the Economic Profile for the Latino Community report, given that it is addressing long-standing social, economical, and environmental inequities affecting the city's Latino community and promotes community empowerment, cultural recognition, entrepreneurship, and self-determination in the city of Long Beach. As we know, presently there's no established cultural and retail project representing the city's growing Latino community, which stands at 43.3% of the population in the city of Long Beach. The Latino Cultural Center and Mercado project will provide identity and recognition for this population and can be integrated into the city's downtown core and waterfront. This creation of place at Cesar Chavez Park, hopefully, will not only showcase the vitality and spirit of the Long Beach Latino community, but also will become a regional economic generator and offering visitors and tourists an authentic cultural experience. And that makes me super happy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I want to turn this over to Councilmember Uranga.
Thank you, Mayor. And I very happily second that motion Councilmember Sendejas. It's a wonderful motion. Today we celebrated Hispanic Heritage Month out in the foyer out here out front of City Hall. It's the 7th annual celebration that we had here. When I first was elected in 2014, we didn't have such celebrations. We sort of like went dormant after many years of having celebrations in the city of Long Beach, Cal State Long Beach, Bixby Park. I'm with Ron and Phyllis and Armando. Been here 50 years, and we've been through a lot, and we've had a couple of false starts in trying to get a centro established here. We started with a Centro de la Raza, the Academia, and then and here we are tonight, making history. This is one of those efforts that I think is going to be successful, and I think it's because of the people that are involved. Phyllis, Ron, Armando, and of course can't do it without Centro Cha and the leadership of Jessica Quintana, who has basically been at the forefront of making this happen and making it a reality. And of course, the support of staff. Tracy, you've been wonderful. And of course, our city manager has been very supportive of this cultural center right from the start. And it's a very proud moment that we have here tonight. Because of the efforts of the community, and of course all of you who came here to speak in support of this project. Because without the support of the community, there is no project. It works because you make it work, you make it happen, and it's not us here at the city council that make it happen. It's you. We basically advocate for you. That's our role. We're advocates, and you let us know what you want. And we try to make it happen, and we try to make it happen in a way that is going to be conducive to moving forward the agenda for our people. The proud night tonight is that I am a Chicano. I always call myself a Chicano, and I've always been and will be. And a Latino or Hispanic Heritage Cultural Center is something that we'll be very proud for. One thing I would like to see that I did not see presented here is also the fact that we as Latino leaders who are up here, we're getting old. We're not as young as we used to be. So we need new leadership. We need those individuals who are in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade now, or those who are just graduated from high school, to take leadership roles, leadership positions in the near future, because we're not going to be here that long. We're going to move on. We have to make room for the new leadership that's coming. So I hope that this cultural center also presents leadership opportunities to advance the leadership that we need here in this city, as it diversifies and becomes even more so than it previously is now. So we know what the statistics are showing. We know what the data is saying. We're becoming more diverse, and with that diversity comes responsibility, and with that responsibility comes leadership. So I hope that the cultural center would also include some classes or some opportunities for our youth to advance their leadership skills and the opportunity to eventually take positions of leadership locally, state, and nationally. So I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank, of course, Centro Cha, Mary Sendejas, the mayor, who has been always supportive of this. By the way, one thing he didn't mention, at home here I get a lot of Mexican food. Today we got Peruvian food at the back at the city council. That delicious, very good. So again, thank you very much, and I very happily and proudly support this motion. Second this motion.
Thank you, Councilman. And when he's saying those behind the dais are getting very old, I think he's excluding Mary and I hope. Councilman Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to just weigh in and express my full support for this item. I stand with my colleagues as well as the community in the call for a cultural center for Latinos in Long Beach in support of this community engagement and business plan. I just want to commend the report, the work that went into, presenting this. I'm always impressed with young lady Megan Anaya and her data that I think illustrates our Latino community so clearly and the importance of what we're doing here today. Obviously, our staff reports and Lord Cultural Services, they are amazing to work with, and I think they're going to be an amazing partner not only for this cultural center, but we've also been working with them on the African American Cultural Center, and I expect they'll be involved in other cultural activities as we as a city strive to be more inclusive. And this work is really all about inclusion and recognizing and bringing people together, helping us understand who we are as neighbors, as a community, and I'm really proud to support this evening. I want to say that many of the concepts expressed in the visioning plan here are very similar to the concepts that were expressed in the African American Cultural Center process. And to the community involved here today, those of you who came out and spoke, this is an amazing historic moment for you to get involved, to be a part of something, that's going to really require a great deal of collaboration as a community, as a city. And there's a space, there's a place, there's an opportunity, I would hope, for each and every one of you who want to be involved to be involved in this. I would just say that this is a vision. The vision is shared by many people, but the work is just beginning, and it's going to be a heavy lift, and so it's going to take a lot of work to get there. I'm here to support, and hope we get across that finish line very soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Price?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to everyone who came out and spoke in favor of the item tonight, and for all of you who've been working really hard behind the scenes to make this project a reality. I'm really impressed with the presentation that we heard tonight, and I appreciate the education regarding some of the history and the importance of a city asset like this. I could not be more supportive. I love the city of Long Beach because of its diversity. And it's just one example of how we celebrate one another's culture, but the mayor highlighted food. And I will say, I think he secretly thinks Persian food is the best. He probably won't admit that tonight, but he does often talk to me about how much he appreciates that. But I mean, you just look at the people behind the dais and what an amazing diversity we have in our city. So I think anything we can do to further support our cultural differences and educate one another on the beauty and the history of our cultures is positive for the city. And I will always support efforts to do that all day long. I will say to staff, first of all, Tracy, you're amazing. You're just amazing. I love having you on the city team. And I just, it's really hard not to get behind something that woman works hard on, because she's very thorough. And so I appreciate that. But I will say to the city team, I think the challenge is pretty clear for the city team. Idea that everyone loves. How do we get that shovel ready so that all of these wonderful elected officials who sent their representatives to speak to us tonight can be ready when there is funding available for either a matching funds grant or some sort of grant to allow the city to expand on our cultural diversity and our cultural assets. So I think that the idea for us, the challenge is going to be projects like this are really great, but a lot of times they don't become a reality because we're not perfectly situated at the right time to make it happen. So hopefully we can get to a place where this is shovel ready when those funds become available and we don't miss that opportunity. But with that, I want to thank my colleagues, Councilwoman Zendejas and Councilmember Uranga, for championing this project and allowing us all to be a part of it. I fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Sorrow.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to just congratulate you all for coming to this kind of milestone and finishing at least this portion of the plan and the business plan. I think that what I want to lift up is the process it takes to bring everyone together, a young generation and our elders, and then also just the diverse Latino community. I think just that some people don't realize the vast number of various culture and mentioned in food as well, right? And how important it is to educate everybody in Long Beach and just the broader community, diversity of the Latino community. And just want to share that it's an inspiration in what you're all doing. I think the African American Cultural Center kind of set they started with theirs and have come to milestones themselves, and as well as you. And I think the Cambodian American Cultural Center will be on its way, so that we're all able to come together at some point and share with each other across culture. Meanwhile, as education is done within the culture of these centers. And so just want to reiterate my thanks to staff as well as the leadership of Councilmember Sendejas and Uranga for bringing the item forward with Central Cha's leadership, Latinos in Action, and many of you all. So, and I do just want to share that I think as we had one speaker earlier with her, Maricela, with her children, and that it is really for our next generation to making sure that we lift up the culture and the pride of our diverse community. And I'm just really proud that we as a city highlight that and celebrate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm queued next, so I'll take a point of personal privilege and say it's my turn. Thank you all for coming. This has been a long time going. I remember the first time I met with David Salazar, in addition to hearing this amazing idea and talking through his vision and what the board had come up with and all the work all of you had done. I also encouraged him to run for city council. His wife said no. I strongly encourage you to continue to encourage him all through January of 2022. He still can get in on it. You guys have brought forward some amazing ideas, and it takes strong leaders like David and Jessica and Ron to really continue to be resilient to the ups and downs of a city and the ups and downs of the economy and the ups and downs of the priorities of different council leaders who rotate in and out of this dais. But through those years, this group of people and most of you in this room have been constant in your continued pursuit of what you know to be an amazing vision. And I see that vision, and I'm so blessed to be able to be here, to be a part of it. I look forward to finding a way to get this over the finish line. I would love to, again, re-meet with some of the community members. We have an amazing nonprofit organization and economic development partner. And many of you know I do a lot of grants. And over the last 24 months, hundreds of millions of dollars in this country have been set aside over the next 5 years for diversity and inclusion. And I think that this project is primed to receive one of those grants. I was on a call with one of the members of that community nonprofit group that connected with our city. I'm talking specifically with banks that have specific funds available for projects like this that will lift people out of poverty and give them the opportunity to have their own business in a cultural district that they're passionate about, to have a job where when you show up every day, it's not a job because you're actually just doing something you love. And the funds are there. We just need to work together to find a way to put them into an organization that can accept them in a meaningful way and implement them. And I'm here to do whatever it takes to get us there. But thank you, each and every one of you, because as we move through that process, your voices will continue to be needed for continual input and continual support to get over the finish line. And I will be there when the ribbon is cut. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Allen.
Yes, thank you for the presentation and congratulations to Central Chaw. The future of Long Beach is definitely stronger. So I also want to thank Jessica and Tracy for your leadership. And I stand with my colleagues when we say that we wholeheartedly support this. I'm just so excited. And I just think it's really important that we highlight the heritage and the ongoing contributions of our Latino communities. As many of the speakers mentioned today, I know that our community looks forward to a place where they can go and embrace the cultural significance of Latinos and their history in our community. So thank you so much to all the people that made this happen, to all the people that came out today and spoke. You really touched me. I love everything about this project. And like my colleagues, I can't wait to be there at this ribbon cutting. Congratulations.
Thank you. And Councilmember Supernal.
Thank you. I too would like to thank all the speakers here tonight. I really appreciate you being here. It's just an absolute honor to sit on this dais tonight to support this item. but I want to bring the conversation back to food. And rather specifically, and I'm looking at Ron and Phyllis here. I mean, let's nail it. It's Pancho's in the 4th District, is it not? There you go. There's your thumbs up. Okay. I just like to give a special congratulations to Jessica Quintana, and you should be very proud tonight. And what I'm most impressed about is tonight is a big picture item. It's a global issue for the community. And Jessica has the talent to lead that effort, and yet no detail is too small for her to keep an eye on. The most minute detail on a vaccination clinic at Orizaba Park, she's on it, and that's a real talent, and our district has been the beneficiary of that. So I'd like to say thank you for that.
Well, thank you, and that concludes everyone here on the council dais. Congratulations again to everybody. We have a motion and a second by Councilmember Zendejas and Councilmember Uranga. It's on the floor, so members, please go ahead and cast your votes.
Motion is carried.
Great. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you. We're gonna move on to the consent calendar, items 2 through 14. Yes, thank you guys. Thank you. If I can get a motion in a second for consent calendar. I have Sanai Kenfe and Dave Shukla, I believe, here. Please come forward for consent. Sanai Kenfe here. Oh, please come forward. And please, if I could have everyone please exit quietly. And Mr. Kenfe, please just go ahead and begin on consent.
Sanai Kenfe, 6th District. Just wanted to congratulate Ms. Sharon Diggs Jackson and her organization, Elite Skills, for taking over the facility, central facility at the Kings Park. That's in the consent calendar. Just wanted to say thank you. It's much appreciated. I'm a big supporter of Be Well, LBC, and Ladies First, and a lot of the other organizations that are part of the umbrella, and will be great to see the continued work in the community.
Thank you. Mr. Shukla, please.
Good evening. Normally the outlays for the oil and gas department are pro forma, but on some occasions oil and gas items for the city council are truly head scratchers. Item number 8, which was introduced back in September prior to the oil spill off the coast, is today one of them. I don't know if any of the council members or their staff have had the occasion to read through the staff report for item number 8, but it's worth going through closely. $400K for a 2-year contract with the option to renew for Koppel Pipeline Services, Inc. to furnish and deliver pipeline stopper fittings and perform tapping and stopping services for the oil and gas department. Okay, sounds like a normal contract for this sort of thing. The oil and gas department operates over 28 miles of natural gas pipeline that are greater than 12 inches in diameter, and Koppel is the only supplier in SoCal that can service these larger pipes. Okay, 28 miles for the main SEM sounds about right for a city this large and geographically spread out. The staff report continues. The oil and gas department doesn't own or possess the tools or equipment necessary to control and stop the flow of natural gas on these larger pipelines. Okay, this is getting to be a bit like the McDonald's ice cream machine vendor situation. The staff report continues, and I quote, doesn't own or possess the tools, equipment necessary to control and stop the flow of natural gas, on these larger pipelines, and must rely on aging valves to control and stop natural gas flow to perform replacement and or maintenance repairs. In addition, experience has shown that these aging valves tend to bypass or vent when closed and do not completely stop the flow of natural gas. Whoa! Leaving aside any situations involving an emergency shutoff, this naked fact about the daily operations for natural gas is simply astounding. The minimum base rate for leakage for these pipes is already in the single digits. At least 2 to 3% by volume is lost to the environment, according to 2018 EPA estimates. But do we as a city own or possess the necessary equipment to measure the amounts of methane and other climate pollutants released into the environment during planned and unplanned repair and maintenance operations? Does the city have up-to-date baseline greenhouse gas monitoring and reporting for each of our city departments? And does the oil and gas department in particular, or the full set of energy sector activities within the city boundaries in general, accurately figure into statewide greenhouse gas databases and reporting requirements? I'd like to follow up with my question from last meeting. When is the CAP, the Climate Action Adaptation Plan, going to be agendized in front of the City Council? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sorrow?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify that Ms. Sharon Diggs-Jackson, who is the Executive Director of Elite Skills Development, will be occupying one of several spaces in the central facilities, as we have other nonprofit in that to help improve the well-being of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. Now we're doing the two commission items. We'll start with the Charter Commission item and then the General Commission item, which is 17 and 15.
Communication from Councilmember Supernaw, Chair of Government Personnel and Elections Oversight Committee. Recommendation to receive Charter Commission appointments and reappointments approved by the Government Personnel and Elections Oversight Committee. There's also communication from City Attorney, recommendation to adopt a resolution making findings. No, I'm sorry. Just item 17, recommendation to receive the Charter Commission appointments.
Thank you. Councilman.
Okay. Thank you. We would like approval of this motion from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. And as we approve these, I want to go ahead and just read a little bit of, like we have traditionally have, about each commissioner. I know that pre-COVID, most of our commissioners would come to the council meetings. There might be a few of them that are here for their appointment. If they are, feel free to stand or wave over or give us a wave. We know most are at home watching, but I wanted to still recognize them and read their short bio as we appoint them. To the Citizens Police Complaint Commission, we are appointing Michael Soto. Michael Soto is a Council District 3 resident and has called Long Beach home for over a decade. He is a police special investigator with the LA Office of the Inspector General, which provides oversight to the Los Angeles Police Department on behalf of the LA Police Commission. Michael is also an attorney in California and has practiced law in the area of criminal defense for over 10 years, primarily as a deputy public defender in both LA and Orange counties. Michael is a graduate of University of California Hastings College of Law. University of California Hastings College of Law in San Francisco. Also, we are also appointing to the Citizens Police Complaint Commission Dr. Mary Taheri. Dr. Mary Taheri is a resident of Council District 4 and is currently working as a clinical director nurse practitioner for the LA County Department of Health Services. Mary has also served as a sexual assault forensic nurse, completing exams and collecting forensic evidence for both victims and suspects in collaboration with the LA County Sheriff's Department. Dr. Taheri holds a doctorate in nurse practice from the University of California, San Francisco. And also being appointed is Michael Bates. Michael Bates is a Council District 6 resident. He currently works as a design and environmental consulting engineer at MB Technical Services. Mr. Bates previously served on the city's Board of Examiners, Appeals, and Condemnation as a member and later as chair. Michael holds a BA of Science and Mechanical Engineering from Purdue University in Indiana. And also Michelle Anderson. Michelle Anderson is a Council District 8 resident. She is a prosecutor with the City of Los Angeles, working as the Deputy City Attorney in the LA City Attorney's Office. Michelle is a member of the Sierra Club, Black Women Lawyers, NACO Long Beach chapter, and is active in many other organizations. She holds a bachelor's degree in political science from UC Irvine and a Juris Doctorate degree from Southwestern University School of Law in Los Angeles. Being appointed to the Planning Commission is Alvaro Castillo. Alvaro is a 5th District Council resident. He previously served on the Airport Advisory Commission. Mr. Castillo is a small business owner and a parent of 2 LB Unified School District students. He is employed by Extended Stay America as a divisional director for human resources in the Western U.S. He holds a bachelor's and master's degree from Cal State Long Beach in business admin, where he continues to be involved in alumni activities. Being appointed to the Water Commission is Courtney Pugh. Courtney is a 2nd District resident, and Courtney has lived in Long Beach for over a decade. She is a partner at the nationwide public affairs firm and leads their California operation. Prior to that, Courtney spent over a decade working for organized labor and was the first woman and Asian American to serve in many roles, including as the executive director of SEIU California and the political director for the LA County Federation of Labor. She graduated with a BA from Bell State University in Indiana. Our reappointments are to the Harbor Commission, Bobby Oliveira and Frank Colonna, both being reappointed, and to the Citizen Police Complaint Commission, Veronica Garcia and Dana Buchanan. And also being reappointed is to our Ethics Commission, Margot Morales, James Shotwell, and Susan Wise. So those are all of our charter appointments. I'm not sure if any of them are here as I've read their names. I know we're not generally for during COVID, we don't have folks come. Is there anyone here, just in case they want to stand? Yeah, please stand if I called your name. Oh, yeah, I see some of you are here, actually. Let's give them a round of applause. And I'm going to have you guys just come forward in just a minute, but thank you all for being here. And I mean, honestly, you're just an incredibly impressive group of individuals. Just really, really proud to appoint all of you. We're going to do the additional commissioners in just a minute, but we got to do these charter commissioners first. Councilmember Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I just want to take this opportunity to say how proud I am to second the motion, also to serve on the committee that made the approvals of these charter commission appointments, and welcome these new commissioners and reappointed commissioners to their roles and respective roles. I know that the CPCC, we are putting forth some very strong and competent individuals who are going to have a big job in front of them, because this commission is going to go under some dramatic change over the next year or so. And so I thought it was very important to make some recommendations, at least on my end, for somebody who was going to be very strong. And I want to just take this opportunity to congratulate the 8th District Representative, Ms. Michelle Anderson. I know you're doing very, very well, but congratulate everyone as a whole. This is a great responsibility. Charter commissions are part of our Constitution, I guess, as the city, and the roles that you have are extremely important. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Sorrow.
Thank you. Just want to congratulate to all the commissioners who've been appointed and reappointed, and want to just thank Michael Bates for serving to represent the 6th District for the Citizen Police Complaint Commission. Appreciate your service and stepping up for this, and to all of you for your time and your service to the city.
Thank you. Councilwoman Price.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too want to congratulate everyone. I know that the representative from the 3rd Council District for the CPCC is someone with whom I've had the pleasure to work with on the opposite side of the courtroom, and he will bring to the CPCC, I think, a very balanced approach, having served as a public defender for so many years, and now being involved in police reform and police investigative issues. I think he's going to be a fantastic addition. So congratulations, Michael. I think you're going to do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes on these commissioners.
Motion is carried.
Great. Congratulations to all of you. And we're going to take a photo, so just hold on 1 second if you can just stay here. Thank you all very much. And now I want to, we have the next item, which is our general commissioners.
Communication from Mayor Garcia, recommendation to receive and approve appointments and reappointments to non-charter commissions.
Thank you. So we do have a good list of commissioner appointments, so I want to go ahead and start with those. First, to our airport commission, we have Dee Dee Rossi. Dee Dee, of course, is a third council district resident and former executive director of the Belmont Shore Business Association. Dee Dee has been incredibly involved across the community and worked as the assistant to the athletic director at Cal State Long Beach, and is very well known as a Cal State Long Beach leader and a leader across the Belmont Shore area. Also being appointed to the airport commission is Mireya Lafarga, who's a 9th Council District resident. She is a school psychologist for the LA Unified School District. Mireya has also previous experience as a supervising behavioral therapist for Cal United Service Providers and for the Center for Autism and Related Disorders. Mireya has a master's degree in counseling with an emphasis in school psychology from Cal State LA and a bachelor's degree in psychology with a minor in applied development psychology from UCLA. So congratulations to both of them for joining our airport commission. Also to our Board of Examiners, Appeals and Condemnation, we have Henry Tovar. Henry Mike Tovar is a 7th Council District resident and is currently retired from the engineering and construction field. He has an over 40-year career doing that work. He's primarily focused on public infrastructure and related support services. He served as an engineer and a construction program manager at job sites, where his job was to monitor and track contractor adherence to local and state regulations, codes, and ordinances. Being appointed to the Citizens Advisory Commission on Disabilities is Dr. Nicholas Matthews. Dr. Matthews is a 2nd District resident. He is currently a tenured professor at Cerritos College, where he serves as a distance education coordinator for accessibility support. Dr. Matthews has served on the Diversity and Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee for 3 years, where he's developed and helped with planning and policy processes and added his disability perspective to DEI conversations. Dr. Nicholas holds a master's degree in Comm Studies and a doctorate in education leadership from CSULB. Also to the Economic Development Commission, in addition to the Economic Development Commission, we have Griselda Suarez. Griselda is a writer, artist, and teacher. In 2016, she became the executive director of the Arts Council for Long Beach. She is a lecturer in the Chicano and Latino Studies Department at Cal State Long Beach. Griselda is also a board of directors advisor for the Downtown Long Beach Alliance and an executive committee member at large on the United States Urban Arts Federation, Americans for the Arts. Being appointed to the Human Relations Commission tonight, we have Robbie Butler. Robbie is a 7th Council District resident. I see Robbie there, and currently a substitute teacher for the Long Beach Unified School District. Robbie has a long history of volunteering in various charitable and civic organizations. Robbie also serves as president of a local nonprofit whose focus is to aid in the success of single mothers by ensuring that they have access to resources, information, and educational opportunities. Also being appointed to the HRC is Maricela de Rivera. Maricela is a 9th Council District resident who previously served 8 years and 2 terms as a Long Beach Transit Board of Director. She was also the first actual bus rider and user that was appointed to that board. She has also served as an appointee on Metro's Public Safety Advisory Committee and is on the Long Beach Unified School District's Equity Leadership Team. Maricela currently works at a local nonprofit that serves the senior community. She holds a bachelor's degree from Mount St. Mary's University and is a graduate of Leadership Long Beach. Being appointed to the Long Beach Transit Board of Directors is Jennifer Kumiyama. Jennifer is a 1st Council District resident who has served on the Citizens Advisory Commission on Disabilities. She is a regular user of Long Beach Transit and other forms of public transit. Jennifer is a board member of the Disabled Resources Center and of Asian and Pacific Islanders with Disabilities in California. She also serves in numerous organizations across the city and is vice president of the Wilmore City Heritage Association. She currently serves as a client services manager for Progressive Solutions Consulting. And just with one quick note on Jennifer, and Councilman Zendejas knows it's always been very important for me for users of transit to be appointed to the board, and especially people with disabilities and that are wheelchair users. And so I just want to uplift that. I think Councilman Zendejas, I hope that we always have a wheelchair user and users of transit that serve on our boards. I think you made history there, and I think Jennifer is going to be a great addition to that as well. Also being appointed is to our Senior Advisory Commission, we have Alan Goldstein. Alan is a 3rd District Council resident who has recently retired as a high school department chair of special ed for the LA Unified School District Alan has worked for almost 15 years with young adults and people with special physical, mental, and psychological needs. His experience with adults in foster care, homeless, and probation gives him great insight into the issues that could come before this commission. So congratulations to Alan. Also being appointed is Danny Reich. Danny is a first City Council District resident who is currently living in a senior community along with 230 other senior citizens. Daniel holds a liberal arts degree from Long Beach City College and a Bachelor's of Science with a concentration in mental health from Cal State Dominguez Hills. He is currently in the graduate school for social work there, so he'll be a great addition. Being added to the Long Beach Community Investment Company is Woody Sides. Woody is a Council District 3 resident and a 30-year Long Beach resident. He's been deeply involved in the community and various nonprofits and education efforts here, including at Cal State Long Beach. He's been involved in Leadership Long Beach. In fact, when I was going through Leadership Long Beach, I think Woody was maybe like the first or second person that I met. He's newly retired and is looking forward to dedicating his time to reducing blight, creating economic opportunities, and providing affordable housing within our neighborhoods. Also being appointed is Eva Milgareo. Eva is a Council District 8 resident and currently a loan officer and multicultural public relations manager with New American Funding. She's a former senior manager of events and community relations for EC Hispanic Media and associate vice president of events at the Museum of Latin American Art. Eva is a Leadership Long Beach and CSULB alumnus. And then we have our other two people being appointed tonight is to our Transactions and Use Tax Citizens Advisory Commission. We have Dr. Miles Nevin, who was here earlier. Dr. Nevin is a Council District 3 resident. He has a doctorate in educational leadership from Cal State Long Beach, where he currently works as the executive director of the Associated Students, Inc. In that role, he runs and operates the Child Development Center, the Student Union, the Campus Recreation Center, and student government and leadership programs at the university. He's also an adjunct instructor at both National American University and Kansas State University. And being added to the Veterans Affairs Commission is Lance Santiago. Lance is a 6th Council District resident and a U.S. Marine Corps veteran. Lance graduated from Cal State Long Beach, where he served as a president of the Veterans Network and was elected chair for the Student Center for Professional Development Executive Mentoring Program. Lance is involved in many community volunteer projects and is currently employed by Northrop Grumman and is a supply chain planning specialist. Our reappointments to the Cultural Heritage Commission is Kathleen Irvine, and to the Pacific Gateway Workforce Development Board is Larry Rice, Peter Santeliang, Melissa Infacino, Ken Gomez, Kim Armstrong, Graham Scott, Simon Kim, Weston Labar, Sachil Covarrubias, Janet Kornblatt, Tommy Fave, Frederick Joring, Bradford Bartow, and Regina Cash. And that concludes all of our commission appointments in this round. I want to start off. Thank you, Councilmember Supernaut, for making the motion. Did you have anything else to add, Councilman?
Yeah, I would just like to say, as someone who served 7 years on a non-charter commission, I'd like to congratulate all the new commissioners and the reappointees. Also, I'd like to say a sincere thank you for serving and for your commitment. And then as a 2-time chair of the commission I served on, I would encourage you all to take a leadership role and enjoy the experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Sorrow.
Thank you, Mayor. I also just want to also congratulate all the commissioners for their appointment and reappointment, and specifically thank Lance Santiago, a 6th District resident, for serving on the Veterans Affairs Commission, as well as Regina Cash and her reappointment to the Pacific Gateway Board. Thank you so much for your service to our great city. We appreciate your contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Price.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to congratulate all of the commissioners. I'm very excited to have you. I want to thank you for your service. It really is a huge time commitment, and your willingness to serve and help us lead the city is really impressive, and I want to thank you, all of you. For our 3rd District commissioners, if you ever need anything, I always try to send out a letter and connect with our commissioners early on. And I do want to let you know that once a year we have a big, huge concert in the park where we introduce all of our commissioners to the community and have you guys give a little summary of what it is you do on your commission and what you're working on. So please start preparing for that, because that's always the highlight of the concerts. And I see Dee Dee Rossi shaking her head. No, Dee Dee, you will be the first up at that concert. And I'm so grateful, Dee Dee, that you're continuing your service to the city of Long Beach. I know of very few people who have the heart for the city that you do, and I miss your leadership in Belmont Shore every single day. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to also thank all the new commissioners that are being appointed for the first time, those commissioners that are being appointed to different commissions, and reappointed as well. I also want to say that I am beyond thrilled to have Jennifer Kumianama being appointed to the Long Beach Transit Board of Directors. There's no other person that I would want in that seat, especially because she brings with her such value to this, and I know she will be bringing big and creating big impacts, not only within the transportation industry for Long Beach Transit, but for our city as well. It is very important that we have people that are actual users of Long Beach Transit, especially those with disabilities. So I'm really excited to see Jennifer Kumiyama as our Long Beach Transit Board of Directors. I also want to thank Danny for stepping up and congratulate him for being appointed to the Senior Citizens Advisory Commission, and also two other very, very involved residents of the First District, Kathleen Irvine and Melissa. Congratulations on your reappointment to both of you.
Thank you, Councilman Mango.
I just want to thank you all for stepping up and providing the opportunity, the guidance for us to hear your insights and feedback. The dialogue I listen to at commission meetings is often very enlightening, and I just want to thank you for the time that you're willing to put in and commit. And as echoing the comments of my colleagues, thank you for any of you who are willing to step up into leadership roles on those commissions. I know they're not easy, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we take our photo, I just want to add a huge congratulations to all of you. And I want to just also share. And I'm really happy to see this, and my staff put together. Every time we do appointments, we look at demographics of the city and how our commissions reflect just the diversity of our whole community. It's important that government and public service represents the community. And I'll share two things. I think two things make me very proud and looking at these numbers. And that's one is that we have over the last decade, as certainly as long as this council has been up here, we have increased the share of African Americans, of Latinos, and of AAPI, from our Asian community. We've all increased those numbers for people that are serving on our commissions to better reflect those populations in our city, and I think we all can agree that's really important. And I will also share that when I remember coming in as mayor, one of the first things I noticed is that far more men were appointed to commissions than women. And that had been the case for as long as the city was founded. There were always more men that served than women. And a few years ago, we made history by, for the first time, appointing enough women where now it was over 50% of the commissions, of the over 250 appointments, were now women. And that was 3 or 4 years ago. We hit that 50% number. And as I look at this number today, we are now at 55% of all commissioners are women. So I'm very happy to see that. And to know that so many more women are stepping forward to get involved and get engaged. Because we know that to this day there still are more barriers for women to get into leadership. And oftentimes women face, particularly to get into these roles, a unique set of challenges that the rest of us don't understand. And so I appreciate all the women that step forward to do this work, and all the men too, but especially tonight, the women that continue to break barriers. So thank you all. So with that, what we're going to do, we're going to take a vote, and then as soon as we take the vote, if you're a commissioner and you're here, we'd like you to come forward. We have a photographer here, and she's going to take a picture of all of you with the council. We'll have to have our masks on, of course, but we still want to take the photo. So please go ahead and cast your votes.
Motion is carried.
Great, thank you. And then we're going to try to, everyone come forward, just in front here, and we're going to do our best to kind of distance as best possible, which I know is going to be kind of hard, but.
Okay, if you guys can please exit quietly, we can resume the meeting. Clerk, can we do public comment? Item number 8.
There is public comment. Will Kim Tabari, Jerlene Tatum, Oscar R., and Anna Christensen please line up? Kim Tabari is the first speaker.
I'm good. Welcome. Proceed.
Are we ready?
Yes.
All right, well, that was a good 3-hour wait to be here. Good evening. I want to first give a few of my 3 minutes to have a few moments of silence for Mona Rodriguez. Thank you. I am here to speak on behalf of Mona's family. I want to acknowledge that they too are here, have been waiting for 3 hours. I am part of a recent campaign, Safer LBUSD. We are Long Beach parents, advocates, and community stakeholders. The campaign's mission is to work with LBUSD to rebuild safety with and for students, parents, and staff, and bring justice to the Rodriguez family. Mona was 18 years old. Mona was shot in the back of the head in a reckless attempt to stop a car. I apologize for the graphic to her family. Mona has been officially removed from life support. Mona donated her heart, her lungs, her liver, and her kidneys to 5 people. Mona is survived by her 5-month-old baby, her brothers, her sisters, her parents, her aunts, uncles, and cousins. City Council members, I encourage you to double down on your priorities today. The family of Mona Rodriguez is demanding justice by arresting the ex-school safety officer who, as many of you know, was terminated from his job, but still not held accountable for the murder of a community member. I know Chief Luna is often here. I don't really see him today, but this is a message for him as well. The community is demanding immediate action from LBPD. If one of you had lost a child in gun violence, you would want the city to act accordingly. Do not fail your community. We have no more time to waste. We need action.
Ms. Tatum?
My name is Geraldine Tatum, 90810. City Council and Mayor. As you all know, as the previous speaker stated, on Monday, September 27th, our community experienced another incident of violence. An 18-year-old was shot and died, Mona Rodriguez. Violence is violence, whether it be from a gun, hands, knife, or a neglectful or negligent person behind the wheel of a car. The shooting on September 27th was at the hands of someone who was hired to protect our youth. As this began to unfold, you were all silent. Your silence is violence. It is sad that when an inanimate object that represents symbolism receives more of an outcry than human life from you. Your service and the utilization of your voice should not be contingent upon who gave to your last campaign. It should not be based upon socioeconomic status, gender, race, or if they're a registered voter, or if they voted in the last election. Just in case you have forgotten, you are here to represent the people in this city, not each other, not the person sitting next to you, not the mayor, the community that elected you to serve. Hence, using your voice is your service. Just sitting in here, the cognitive dissonance that I experienced of listening to and watching the presentation on the Latino Cultural Center, talking about a safe place, resources. There was so much pride, so much celebration. Talk about power, influence, and responsibility to the community. Yet not a single Latino leader in this city reached out to the family of Mona Rodriguez. Not a single person. Well, of course, you would be worn out if you addressed every single incident of violence. Yet the violence is the problem. On violence, many of you are serving your second term, which means you have been here for 6 years, and you have failed to keep us on track. What you have given us is platitude, PR events, and regurgitated violence prevention plans with fancy names that lack substance and sustainability. But on September 27th, Mona Rodriguez was not the only victim. Our community is the victim. So please, speak for the young people who witnessed this horrible act of violence. Speak for the people who watched it on video and the parents who still have the anxiety of it. Use your influence to call for the arrest of Eddie Gonzalez. I don't understand the process, yet observations and experience lets me know that if it had been some random dude
Ms. Tatum,
with a gun,
your
he
time
would
has
have been
expired.
arrested by now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oscar?
This right here hurts. On top of everything, with everything. The fact that Dr. Robert Garcia Mayer is not here and he'd rather give his chair up. The person that I've walked for hours to make sure that he was elected because I thought he would do the right thing. He is not here, and it hurts me very much. The fact that I only get 3 minutes to speak my words. And the fact that I have to be here standing in front of all of you face to face to ask, I'm shamefully ask that you guys arrest Eddie Gonzalez for the crime of murdering my sister Manuela Sagun Rodriguez. My mom is Manuela Sagun, and I can feel her pain every single day. I just hope you guys do the right thing, because I have been trying my hardest to do the right thing, and that's why I hoped Mayor Garcia. Oh man, I'm sorry. Honestly, I'm disappointed that Mayor Garcia is not here, and I just hope you guys can do the right thing. Thank you.
So I'm sorry for your loss. It's tragic, indeed. Next, Anna Christensen.
Nobody else wants to say anything to the family? No? Okay. Don't want to rush you. Anna Christensen for Friends of Pavugna. What's it called? It's the group that has to do with redistricting, right? One of the groups. And also for Sierra Club, Los Cerritos Wetlands Protectors. 529 years ago, a very lost, confused, and arrogant Columbus claimed the lands of the Arawak for Spain and the souls of the Arawak people for Christ. Thus begun the invasion of the Americas and the resistance of indigenous peoples to conquest and genocide. Now is the time for the City Council to begin opening meetings with a land acknowledgement. Recognize that we all live and work on unceded Tonga land. This year, Long Beach has a lot to celebrate on Indigenous Peoples Day. The sacred and National Register site of Pavugna on the campus of Cal State Long Beach, due to a settlement, will no longer be threatened by development. It is permanently protected as open space, accessible for tribal ceremonies and for all to commune with nature. We look forward to the city also acknowledging it as a city landmark. I know that's a process we hope that will happen. Switching hats. This past summer, Long Beach's new coastal tree maintenance policy went into effect. Unfortunately, it has a lot of great parts, but enforcement has really been challenging. During the summer, hundreds of public trees were trimmed during nesting season, which is not allowed by the policy. As this non-nesting season began this week, our city contracted tree trimming company, West Coast Arborists, started out by illegally trimming 80-plus trees, retrimming them after they had illegally trimmed them only a year ago. They were supposed to wait till 2022. Some were active nesting sites. And also, they violated their contract because they were supposed to give 72 hours advance notice. We so appreciate that our public works staff, under the direction of Eric Lopez and Supervisor Mark Wright, who has been unbelievably helpful there for us every minute, doing his best, has put an end to these violations and has offered and invited to continue to work with the community, because we need their help. We also want to thank Councilwoman Price and for including the details of the regulations in her newsletter. We do hope that WCA will not be paid for illegally trimming trees, right? I mean, that's at the very least, and that some compensation will be provided as their trimming has already resulted in a further extension of lack of nesting sites.
Ms. Christensen.
That's it.
Thank you.
Perfect. Okay.
All right.
Take care.
That concludes public comment.
Yes.
If we can go item 9 through 14, the funds transfers, and take them all at once.
Item 16, a communication from Councilman Supernaw, recommendation to increase appropriations by $500 to provide a contribution to the Cambodian United Methodist Women Network for their Cambodian Women Leadership Training Conference. Item 23, communication from Councilwoman Zendejas, recommendation to increase appropriations by $50,000 to support the 2021 Dia de los Muertos celebration. Item 24, a communication from Councilwoman Sorrow, recommendation to increase appropriations by $500 to provide a contribution to Partners of Parks to support the Beachwise Resource Festival Harvest Festival. Item 25, communication from Councilwoman Sorrow, recommendation to increase appropriations by $250 to provide a contribution to Ability First to support the Rainbows for Ability First event held on October 16th, 2021. Item 26, communication from Councilwoman Sorrow, recommendation to increase appropriations by $59,000 to support the Martin Luther King Jr. Day Parade and Festival. And item 27, communication from Vice Mayor Richardson, recommendation to increase appropriations by $3,320 to provide a donation to support 8 community events across the city.
So these items have been moved and seconded.
There is no public comment on these
There's
items.
no public comment. I will take it to Councilmember Supernaw.
Appreciate your support. A lot of great community events represented here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sorrow. It's been seconded. Councilmember Zendejas is queued up to speak.
Thank you, Councilmember Austin. Just wanted to see if I could add a friendly here. I'd also like to contribute $500 to the Admiral Kid. I don't remember the exact name of it. Councilmember Sorrow, I wanted to match Councilmember Sorrow's
Ability First, you mean, or?
You know what? I'll come back to it.
Okay.
Thank you. Disregard.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded. No public comments. Members, please vote. Aye.
Councilman Zendejas? Motion is carried.
Great. Next item is item number 16. I'm sorry, item number 19.
Report from City Manager, recommendation to receive and file a report on the cannabis delivery and dispensary feasibility analysis, and direct City Attorney to prepare an ordinance to allow cannabis delivery and equity dispensary facilities in Long Beach, citywide.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. I'd like to first go to staff for a staff report.
Thank you, Chair. We do have a fairly lengthy staff report. This is a pretty complex issue, and we'd like to go through some of the analysis that we've come up with. We also did a significant amount of community outreach that we'd like to share with you as well. So this is in response to a council request to look at can we increase the number of dispensaries for equity applicants as well as delivery licenses. So I will turn it over to Kevin Jackson, our Deputy City Manager, and the team.
Thank you, Tom. We're going to go ahead and jump right into presentation. We're going to have Emily Armstrong, our Cannabis Program Manager, who will be doing the presentation tonight. And as Tom indicated, if you can be patient with us, it's a pretty lengthy presentation. We're reporting back on both initiatives, and we want to make sure that we provide clarity to you as well as the listening public. Also, before I turn it over to Emily, I want to acknowledge that we have Art Sanchez, our Deputy City Attorney, who provides support to cannabis operations and policy. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Emily, if you can take us through the slides.
All right, thank you. So good evening. I know the mayor is not here, but members of the City Council, good evening. This item is a report back on the feasibility of allowing cannabis delivery businesses and additional equity dispensaries in the city. This report is a culmination of the work we've been doing in the city to improve the cannabis social equity program. So for some background, the City Council adopted the Cannabis Social Equity Program in 2018 alongside the Adult Use Cannabis Ordinance with the goal of promoting opportunity in the cannabis industry for individuals and communities negatively impacted by the war on drugs through business ownership and employment. In a memo released on August 5th of 2020, staff detailed some of the challenges reported by equity applicants in opening a cannabis business. These challenges included a lack of available retail license types and others with low startup costs, the high startup costs and need for capital with the license types that are currently available, challenges with identifying and securing property in the city's eligible zone, known as the green zone, a lack of technical assistance to support equity applicants with their real estate, financial, or legal needs, as well as a lack of community input in the design of the program. In response to these challenges, staff identified options in the memo for the City Council's consideration to reduce these barriers to entry, including allowing the shared use manufacturing license type and increasing the availability of retail license types, such as delivery and storefront retail for equity applicants. In January and March of this year, the City Council directed staff to prepare an ordinance allowing shared use manufacturing in Long Beach, to prepare a feasibility study on allowing delivery businesses in Long Beach with an emphasis on prioritizing equity applicants and exploring the feasibility of a cap on the number of delivery businesses, and to prepare a feasibility study on allowing up to 8 additional dispensaries in Long Beach to be made available exclusively to equity applicants. This presentation outlines the recommendations in both the delivery feasibility study and equity dispensary feasibility study for the City Council's consideration. The first study being presented tonight is the delivery feasibility study. So cannabis delivery businesses, also known as non-storefront retailers, are businesses that sell cannabis goods to customers exclusively through delivery. For example, a customer goes online, places an order, and an employee of the delivery business drives to the customer's home and delivers the cannabis goods. Delivery businesses must have a commercial licensed premises, and that location must remain closed to the public at all times. Currently, delivery operations are allowed in Long Beach, but only by licensed dispensaries. Therefore, delivery as a standalone license type is not available for any other applicants, including equity applicants. When preparing to conduct the feasibility analysis, staff identified 3 policy areas that would need to be explored to have a significant impact on increasing equity business ownership. First was the issue of a licensing cap and how that would affect some of the predatory practices involving equity applicants. Second was the issue of allowing equity applicants to have priority of this license type or to make these licenses exclusively available to equity applicants. And third was where delivery businesses could locate in the city. To gain as much information around these policy areas as possible, staff performed outreach to the community, contacted other jurisdictions to learn best practices, researched laws and regulations, and held internal discussions with city departments responsible for licensing and regulating cannabis facilities. As part of the feasibility study, Council requested that staff explore the feasibility of a licensing cap on delivery businesses. A licensing cap would limit the number of businesses that could operate in the city at any given time, similar to the licensing cap on dispensaries. One of the primary reasons a cap was placed on the number of dispensaries in the city was to limit any potential negative impacts from overconcentration of retailers in the city, while still providing consumers with sufficient access to cannabis. However, unlike dispensaries, delivery businesses must remain closed to the public, similar to other non-retail cannabis business types, thus reducing the potential impact on the surrounding community associated with having customers frequent the establishment. When staff requested feedback from the community on a licensing cap for delivery businesses, 59% of respondents in a community survey did not agree that there should be a limit on the number of delivery businesses citywide. In addition, when we reviewed other jurisdictions' policies, no other jurisdiction set a cap on the number of delivery licenses allowed in their city. Jurisdictions who have set caps for other license types exclusive to equity have experienced a high rate of predatory agreements and other unfair business practices utilized by individuals seeking to partner with equity applicants who would otherwise not qualify for a business license without that partnership. A way to avoid these challenges is to adopt a delivery program that does not place a cap on the number of available licenses, thus reducing the risk of individuals engaging in predatory practices. Under a licensing model that does not have a cap, the total number of businesses would be determined by property availability and local consumer demand for cannabis products purchased via a delivery business. Staff then explored the concept of prioritizing the delivery license type for equity applicants or making the license type available exclusively to equity applicants. By offering this license type exclusively to equity applicants would be afforded an opportunity to gain access to the retail market with little to no competition from non-equity businesses in Long Beach. However, restricting non-equity individuals from this license type does come at some risks of those individuals engaging in predatory practices against equity applicants. This is why staff has also researched ways to prevent and protect equity applicants from these practices, which will be explored further in this presentation. Although it does not come at no risk, making delivery licenses exclusive to equity applicants would provide the greatest opportunity to level the playing field and allow equity businesses to have a long-term foothold in the cannabis market in Long Beach. The community also largely supports the concept of making delivery licenses available exclusively to equity. Lastly, staff explored the various requirements surrounding where delivery businesses would be able to locate in Long Beach. As we have heard over the years from equity applicants going through the city's licensing process, identifying and securing property has been one of the most difficult barriers to overcome. Equity applicants have reported that there are overly restrictive zoning and buffer requirements, limited inventory of available and compliant properties, a lack of credit or lease history for equity applicants, a lack of education by the property owners of the equity program, and predatory lease agreements or premiums charged to cannabis businesses to lease space. While staff is exploring ways to reduce some of these barriers to entry across all license types, when exploring the delivery license type, staff first needs policy direction on the number of businesses that will be allowed before providing a recommendation regarding the zoning for this license type. The number of businesses allowed in the city will impact the zoning determination due to the level of impacts that could be experienced throughout the city. The common concerns around delivery that staff would need to address in a zoning determination are related to parking and traffic. For these reasons, staff proposes to explore the impacts and make a determination regarding zoning during the ordinance drafting process. Although it was not included as a policy area under consideration, it is important to note the enforcement approach that can be taken regarding illicit delivery businesses. Currently, cannabis enforcement activities are conducted on a complaint basis. Therefore, if staff receives a complaint regarding a potential illegal cannabis facility, staff will investigate the complaint and take the appropriate enforcement action. However, the current enforcement model and the existing staffing capacity cannot effectively proactively detect or prevent illegal delivery businesses in Long Beach. What I mean by that is that if a delivery business advertises its services on an online platform, which they typically do, they do not indicate where their facility is located in the advertisement. And pursuant to state law, businesses can legally deliver across jurisdictional boundaries. meaning a delivery business operating in Los Angeles could technically legally sell to a Long Beach customer. Due to these challenges, we don't know the nature and extent of the illicit delivery market in Long Beach, which would be those businesses storing cannabis products and delivering from facilities located in Long Beach. If City Council were to desire a new approach to enforcement, $25,000 would be needed to hire a consultant to perform outreach and research on potential models of enforcement and best practices. The study would then outline an appropriate enforcement approach, along with any additional resource requirements, which would likely include a significant additional cost above what is currently budgeted. In conclusion, staff recommends that there be no licensing cap on delivery businesses and that delivery licenses be made available exclusively to equity applicants. These recommendations provide the greatest impact on equity ownership, are consistent with community expectations, and although there is a moderate risk of predatory practices, staff are confident that we can put the necessary protections in place to reduce these practices from occurring. So the next study I would like to talk about is the Equity Dispensary Feasibility Study. To provide some background, there are currently 32 licensed cannabis dispensaries operating in the city today. None of the 32 dispensaries are owned by equity individuals, due in large part because the equity program did not exist at the time licenses were awarded. Therefore, equity applicants have been completely shut out of the retail market. Given the impact that new dispensary licenses would provide for the equity community, we really emphasize the importance of community feedback in this process. To solicit community feedback, staff held a virtual community meeting open to the public, held virtual roundtables with well-known cannabis organizations and equity organizations in Long Beach, and provided a survey which was pushed out through email campaigns, various websites, and social media. Staff identified 4 key policy areas for the equity dispensary study. First was the issue of what an appropriate number of equity dispensaries would be for the city. And although the motion requested up to 8, Council did request we look into the appropriate number for the city during the study. Second was the issue of expanding the green zone, as this has been a primary barrier for most applicants. Third was the type of competitive application process that would be used to select the equity applicants to move forward in the dispensary licensing process. And last was how we could prevent or protect equity applicants from predatory practices in the future. Each of these policy areas was necessary to explore to ensure the success of the equity dispensary licensing program. Each recommendation surrounding these policy areas was crafted very thoughtfully with the goal of developing a program that would not only provide a pathway to licensure for these applicants, but to also ensure that they would be successful in obtaining a license and ultimately operating their business for years to come. Our first recommendation regarding licensing caps is to allow up to 8 licenses, or 20% of all dispensary licenses, to be made available exclusively to equity applicants. Through the survey, virtual meetings, and roundtable discussions, we asked the community what they felt would be an appropriate number. The average response from the survey was that there should be 34 dispensaries for equity, in addition to the 32 dispensaries that exist today. What respondents reiterated in the meetings were that there should be a 50-50 ratio for equity and non-equity. In that instance, it would bring the total number of dispensaries in the city to 64. Although this was seen as an equitable number of businesses, there are some practical concerns. It is unclear if the market would sustain that many dispensaries, and there were concerns from the industry that many additional dispensaries might impede on the success of all the dispensaries in Long Beach. Participants believed that the number of businesses should be sustainable for not only the existing dispensaries, but also the new equity dispensaries opening their doors. When staff researched other jurisdictions, many jurisdictions are allocating between 20 to 50% of their dispensary licenses to equity. It's important to note that many jurisdictions with a higher allocation built that into their original dispensary licensing process. There were also practical implications when it came to the amount of assistance the city could provide through the form of direct grants and technical assistance. On average, it will cost a dispensary over $500,000 to become licensed and fully operational. Equity applicants are heavily reliant on the city to provide some of this capital to avoid them getting involved with an investor who might be predatory. Given the current level of grant funding, 8 businesses would be awarded around $126,000 in grant funds. This would also just be if grant funds were awarded to the dispensaries and no other equity businesses. While we are confident more grant funds will be received, grant funds are not guaranteed. In order to provide the greatest level of support to these businesses, staff recommends allowing up to 8 equity dispensaries in the city, which would bring the total number of dispensaries to 40. Staff also recommends expanding the green zone in Long Beach to allow more opportunities to equity applicants so they can find viable locations to operate their dispensary. Properties that comply with all the current regulations are very limited in the city, as most commercial corridors are within the buffers of schools, parks, daycare centers, and/or beaches. Staff identified that expanding the green zone would help alleviate some of the challenges with securing viable properties. Without an expanded green zone, it is possible some equity applicants will find no viable properties to conduct their cannabis business, or they will experience significant delays due to the extended search for a viable property. To determine which changes would produce the greatest impact in expanding the green zone while also maintaining public health and safety, staff conducted a spatial analysis, reviewed community feedback, studied buffers in other jurisdictions, and discussed buffer amendments with internal city departments. Staff developed the following recommendations should the City Council wish to allow additional dispensaries. First is to remove the park buffer and implement a 600-foot buffer from playgrounds and a 600-foot buffer from community centers. Currently, parks include all open space areas, including some areas that are not frequently used or are not traditionally viewed as parks, including medians, dog parks, marinas, and waterways. Staff recommend focusing the buffers on those areas of the city that have large number of children present and/or are predominantly patronized by minors, which typically include areas with playgrounds and community centers. The second is to reduce the school buffer to 600 feet to align with the state's requirement. Long Beach has over 145 charter public and private schools, which has severely limited the amount of available property in Long Beach. Although there are some concerns over child access and exposure, there are reasonable protections in place to prevent this, including age requirements for individuals to enter the cannabis facility, opaque exit packaging when a customer leaves the facility with cannabis, and the sale of pre-packaged cannabis goods to reduce odor. Staff recommends aligning with the state's requirement to open additional space in Long Beach. And third is to remove the beach buffer. As we know, Long Beach is mainly bordered by a beach, which does limit some commercial corridors of the city. Eliminating the beach buffer would have a significant impact on the green zone. In addition, protections would still be in place when children are present, as any beaches that contain a playground or community center would continue to have a 600-foot buffer. In total, these changes would add an additional 3.1 miles to the green zone in Long Beach, which would provide significantly more opportunities for equity applicants to find viable properties. In terms of application processes to select these equity applicants for dispensary licenses, staff identified 4 options as found in other jurisdictions who have had similar dispensary licensing programs. Based on community feedback, a review of best practices, and applying an equity lens to this analysis, staff recommends a hybrid application process that would include both a merit-based review process and a lottery process. The merit-based review process would include a full discretionary review of applications based on an applicant's fitness to become a cannabis business owner, as well as their experience during the war on drugs and their history in the equity program. Unlike the city's last dispensary application process, which was also a hybrid model, this process would include a merit-based process that includes the city's RFP process, instead of just a simple point scoring criteria. And then the qualified pool would attend the lottery. There is proposed to be 4 phases of this hybrid model. Phase 1 involves a review of pass-fail eligibility criteria to determine if an applicant submitted all the appropriate paperwork, meets the requirements of the equity program, or any other criteria to be eligible for this process. This phase is typically conducted by internal city staff. Then, phase 2 involves a review of evaluation criteria. This is part of the discretionary piece of the process. Similar to an RFP, applications or proposals will be evaluated and scored by a panel of individuals. Looking at best practices in other cities, the panel will be scoring applications that are redacted for any identifying information to reduce bias. The panel is proposed to be a voluntary panel consisting of individuals with expertise in economic or business development, actively involved in social equity matters, or are cannabis regulators from another jurisdiction. To reduce bias, we recommend the panelists should not be affiliated with the cannabis industry in the city of Long Beach. After the panels provide their scores, staff will tally up their scores and rank the application. Those that meet a certain threshold will move on to phase 3, or the interview phase of the application process. Similar to an RFP, this allows the individual to provide clarity or context to their proposal and gives the panel an opportunity to determine the legitimacy of an applicant. Any individuals who are deemed to be part of the qualified pool by the panel will then be placed in a lottery to select the 8 applicants awarded to move forward in the licensing process. It is important to note that the evaluation criteria has not yet been developed. Given the feedback from the community on wanting to really help shape the program, staff is recommending hiring a consultant for $50,000 to conduct a co-designing process with the community to develop the criteria. This would give the community an opportunity to provide feedback on criteria they believe is important and necessary to ensure that equity applicants will be successful business owners. Staff would then work with the consultant and the community's input to ultimately develop recommendations for the City Council's approval. Starting from today, this process would likely take a full year to draft the ordinance, develop and implement the application process, and ultimately select those businesses able to move forward in the licensing process. Should the City Council move forward with directing staff to prepare an ordinance, it is anticipated that with current staffing levels, it would take approximately 3 months to develop the ordinance. At the same time, staff would be conducting the RFP for the co-designing consultant, as well as performing recruitments for additional staff. The ordinance would likely take effect in February, at which point shortly thereafter we would be continuing to work with awarding the contract to the consultant, as well as starting to license delivery and shared use manufacturing businesses in Long Beach. Once the consultant is selected, the co-designing process will take a couple of months, which would likely occur around April of next year. The dispensary application process would then open in May of 2022 and would likely be conducted over a period of 5 months, with applicants selected in November of 2022. Lastly, staff explored how to prevent or protect equity applicants from predatory practices, which are those predatory agreements or other unfair business practices utilized by individuals seeking to partner with equity applicants who would otherwise not qualify for a license without that partnership. Providing protections against these practices are absolutely necessary to ensure the success of the equity program. Without these protections, the integrity of the program is at risk, and ultimately these licenses could perhaps fall into the hands of a non-equity individual, harming that equity individual's chance to build generational wealth. Staff identified 2 recommendations to assist with this effort. One is to strengthen equity provisions in the municipal code, and the other is to provide more education, training, and direct technical assistance. There are many different options for municipal code protections that would need to be explored in further detail during the ordinance drafting process to consider which ones are the best fit for Long Beach and the equity program. Some examples include barring non-equity individuals or entities from having an ownership interest in more than 2 equity cannabis permits, setting a minimum time limit that a business must be equity owned, setting a time limit before an equity business can transfer ownership, or allowing multiple equity applicants to have a majority ownership in a license. When we asked equity applicants what they felt would assist them the most with this issue of predatory practices, we overwhelmingly heard about the need for more direct technical assistance and education. Although we are starting to provide some technical assistance to equity applicants, applicants have specifically voiced the need for training regarding owning and operating a dispensary business, as well as having attorneys on hand to assist in reviewing legal documents. Many times, equity applicants will enter into predatory agreements without knowing the harm done. We are hoping to prevent that by providing those resources to the applicants upfront before they sign on the dotted line. The recommendations as outlined in this presentation will require additional resources to implement. This slide represents all the resources that would be required for both the delivery license type and the equity dispensary license type. Staff is requesting $75,000 for a technology solution for the equity program, $50,000 in one-times for the community engagement consultant, as well as an additional $200,000 to guarantee funding for the direct technical assistance needs of the program. Currently, the administration of the equity program is conducted using manual processes and outdated technology. In order to streamline the review of applications, administer grant funding, and provide reports on equity program statistics, $75,000 is needed to develop a software program that can accommodate these functions on an ongoing basis. In addition to the one-time costs, staff is also requesting 2 full-time employees to support the administration and expansion of the program. 1 FTE would be to support the business license division in the Department of Financial Management, and the other would be to support the Office of Cannabis Oversight in the City Manager Department. The cost for the 2 structural FTEs is anticipated to be $230,000 annually. Staff is requesting 2 structural FTEs as opposed to temporary staffing due to the increased workload of the cannabis program over the last few years. These 2 FTEs will not only support the implementation of these license types, but will also assist businesses through the licensing process, which could take years, and provide ongoing regulatory support and work on future policy changes that would affect the cannabis program and equity program. Over the years, staffing has been reduced for the cannabis program across the city, and these staffing resources are necessary for any expansion of the cannabis program in Long Beach. To offset these one-time and structural costs, staff is recommending a tax increase on all cannabis businesses that pay a tax on gross receipts. This would include all delivery, dispensary, lab testing, manufacturing, and distribution facilities, inclusive of any equity businesses. Staff is recommending a 0.25% increase on the gross receipts tax, which would result in increased revenues of approximately $609,000 annually. This increase would be able to cover the cost of the one-time needs and a portion of the cost of the FTEs in FY22, and would be structurally incorporated into the FY23 base budget. Through these policy recommendations and the work that we have been doing on an ongoing basis, we have addressed most of the challenges identified by equity applicants with becoming a cannabis business owner. We are increasing the availability of cannabis retail licenses. We have approved an ordinance allowing shared use manufacturing in Long Beach. We continue to offer direct grants and loans to equity applicants throughout the licensing process. We are developing policies to help assist applicants with securing green zone property. We are expanding access to technical assistance and training programs, and we have been involving the community in every step of the way. Although there is more work to be done, we are confident that the work we are doing and continue to do are further supporting the goals of the equity program. In conclusion, we are recommending to allow delivery with no licensing cap and make licenses available exclusively to equity applicants, expand the green zone for dispensaries in Long Beach, allocate 8 new adult use dispensary licenses or 20% to verified equity applicants, use a hybrid application process including a merit-based review and lottery to select which equity applicants can move forward in the dispensary licensing process, strengthen the Long Beach Municipal Code and provide additional education training and direct technical assistance to equity applicants, add 2 FTEs at an annual estimated cost of $230,000 and one-time funds of $325,000, increase the cannabis business license tax by 0.25% for all cannabis businesses charged a percentage of gross receipts, and report back on the status of these new equity license types in 24 months. Should the City Council wish to allow delivery in equity dispensaries in Long Beach, we request that Council direct the City Attorney to prepare an ordinance, as well as provide the appropriations for the one-time funds and the approval for the ongoing structural costs of the 2 FTEs. Thank you, and I'll stand by for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, thank you. Let me just go back. Did I go to public comment first? You know what? Okay. Let me first go to public comment. And I'm going to read, I have 9 members of the public. Let me just read all 9 members if you want to just line up, please. Sanai Kenfe, Elliot Lewis, Carlos Z, Matthew Souza, May Burial, Jillian Xavier, Violeta Aguilar, Edgar Cruz, and Derek Smith. I'll call the names again in this order. Sanai Kenfe, Elliot Lewis, Carlos Z, Matthew Souza, May Burial, Jillian Xavier, Violeta Aguilar, Edgar Cruz, and Derek Smith. Tonight.
The goal of social equity laws is to ensure that people from communities disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition and discriminatory law enforcement are included in the now legal marijuana industry. This is according to the National Cannabis Industry Association. As it stands, the Bureau of Justice states blacks who comprise 13% of the national population are 49% of people arrested for drug selling and 36% of persons arrested for drug possession. And in the city of Long Beach, we make up 0% of the 32 holders of cannabis licenses. And without a local hire requirement, our presence, even as mere employees, seems to be another element not to be tolerated. So who does these social equity charades truly serve? Reserving 8 new licenses for equity applicants through a program that has as of yet served 0 of its clients towards obtaining a retail location is a doomed project from the very beginning. And looking at the feasibility report, Ms. Armstrong, I read all 26 pages. I am ashamed to see an attempt to use a Trumpian economic empowerment zone, i.e., using capitally deprived neighborhoods to create a shell to funnel federal money into investment in what is still considered a Schedule I substance. That won't fly in court, Mr. City Attorney. Now, solutions. I think staff's recommended idea of time limits for transfer of equity ownership is a great equity protection. Let's put some teeth on it. Let's make it in perpetuity. In the state of New York, 50% of all cannabis licenses will go to social equity applicants. We're obviously better than the state and the city of New York. So the city of Long Beach, it should be 100%. Marginalized communities should not be combating with big pharma and private equity for capital investment, business licenses, and real estate. There's a reason that the green zone is trying to be expanded today into East Long Beach and not when Measure MM first came about in 2016. Oh, I got plenty of time. That's the first time I ever wrote anything down. I think that I should do that more often. There probably is. The irony of this is that the Equal Protection Clause prevents us from making exclusively racial, laws with relation to things like that. Okay, but property like this expansion of the green zone, there's a racial element in it. If you couldn't afford the land in 2016, you got what you got in a lot of the central and western areas that you can now afford to get today. It's becoming a feudal system with the delivery versus retail storefronts. I think that the city needs to step in because we can't let the wolf who's in the hen house regulate themselves. Thank you.
My name's Elliot Lewis. I'm with Catalyst Cannabis Co. First, I want to say, if you guys know me, I've been known to be critical of government from time to time. Here, I would take a very positive stance. I'm just really impressed with Emily and Ty have put together. They really, put time and effort into hearing all the stakeholders, all the different opinions, from the equity applicants to every stakeholder, industry, different cities. So I want to applaud them, as well as city council members who have reached out and asked questions and been curious. And I'm just so proud that we're approaching this issue how we have. And just as a broader discussion, seeing the Latino Cultural Center and seeing the diversity of the people that were appointed to commissions is just great. It makes me proud to be a Long Beach resident. So, I want to come out and focus on the positive, I'll be the first one when government does something that, I disagree with, to be outspoken, but I think it's important on this matter. When it deserves praise, it gets its praise. So I think it's a super nuanced issue. It's very difficult, and I'm very proud how the city's approached it. I will say I'm vehemently opposed to the tax increase. I'm not going to get into the rabbit hole of different industries that you could tax that are around town, oil, but I will say that there's plenty of places, and we're being utilized as a piggy bank. At the end of the day, 3/4 of the market is illicit. If you want to create jobs, we have to reduce our tax rate. So it's not only a 1/4 point, but at some point, you have to put down the line. The other thing that I would say is I'd like to go with full merit based. I think that's better. It's very important to take in the biography of somebody, and then there's other things that go into that. Like, is this person going to have high labor standards? I know some people in the cities have signed up for union contracts. These cost us $20,000, $25,000 more in order to run, and then really just see if this person has the hustle gene. Because at the end of the day, if you ain't got the hustle gene, you're not going to make it. So we're trying to do a hand up, not a handout. And everybody wants to talk about barriers of entry being, money and finance and the red tape, and those are there. But the thing that I want to talk about that I think is important is the industry itself, and sometimes the political class holds down social equity, true social equity, from happening. And look, it's hard. I'm looking at the new map myself, and I'm thinking, damn, another 8 licenses. Wow, I got shareholders too, and we're all trying to make a profit. If I'm being honest with myself, and I'm checking out the areas, I understand, sometimes where the industry is coming from. Unfortunately, Councilman Richardson isn't here to respond to my remarks, but, we've brought this issue up with him many times, and what influence, what the industry does in the political class is they don't really address the issues. And his quote to me on several occasions, he must be hiding in the basement, was his black and brown brothers and sisters aren't ready for social equity. And to me, that shows, and that's a quote, verbatim, and to me that shows the problem sometimes that the industry itself and the political class, they're engaged in pandering and gesturing, but don't really want to get stuff done. But I want to end on a positive note. Great job to staff. Great job to everybody on City Council that reached out. Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I want to start off by saying that I'm very disappointed with the recommendations being proposed by this report. First, this report is only recommending 8 additional dispensary licenses being made available to social equity applicants, only 8. If the Mayor and City Council move forward with this recommendation, 8 out of 40 dispensary licenses will be owned by social equity applicants. That is only 20%. 20% is usually just a tip at a restaurant. It is an afterthought and shows the lack of effort put into creating equity in the cannabis space. Second, if the selection process includes any form of lottery, it is lazy and cheap. What a way to devalue and dehumanize the human experience by essentially putting us in a hat and drawing names at random. Moreover, don't use 8 dispensaries, share manufacturing, and delivery licenses as a distraction tactic from truly resolving the issue. There is a lack of diversity in the cannabis sector, especially when it comes to dispensary ownership. For context, in Long Beach, 0% of dispensaries are owned by the black and brown community. Unfortunately, this is not unique to Long Beach. It is an endemic statewide. Black and brown dispensary ownership is pretty much non-existent. Besides elected government officials who determine who gets cannabis licenses, licensed dispensary owners have the second most powerful position in the cannabis chain. You may ask why. Food for thought, dispensary owners work as the gatekeepers into the cannabis space, meaning they determine what products hit the shelves, and most importantly, they can open up doors of opportunity. Obviously, the more diversity amongst dispensary owners, the more diversity in the cannabis space overall. The only time trickle-down anything will work. I want to end with this. On July 6, 2021, the last time I was here, we came together as a community to condemn the desecration of Martin Luther King's statue. As a reminder, Martin Luther King's message was not just about racial justice. His message was also about the redistribution of wealth and power. Honoring and preserving his legacy is not simply about protecting the statue, but also about creating and implementing policies that will redistribute wealth and power in the indigenous black and brown communities. As I stand in front of you, I can't help but notice that the City Council's makeup is diverse. You all have directly benefited from Martin Luther King's work. Now you have a choice. Do you sit down and enjoy the benefits of Martin Luther King's work and an unfortunate death, or do you pick up the baton and truly honor his legacy by creating and implementing policies that will redistribute wealth and power in communities of color that have been negatively impacted by the war on drugs. Thank you.
Great evening, everyone, with giving all glory and honor to God. My name is Muriel Burrell, also known as May, and I was born and raised in Long Beach, and now I am a verified social equity applicant.
Ms. Burrell, I'm so sorry. We have to keep the mask on.
Okay.
Yes,
It's
thank
hard
you.
to talk with this.
I know. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Currently, there are 32 non-equity owned dispensaries in operation within the city, and they have been operating for years. Yet these next 8 social equity owned stores that we discussed tonight patiently yet impatiently wait for their chance to operate. I do ask tonight that you do your best to expedite this process. Also, as Emily mentioned, locating property is the biggest problem, but that problem could be solved if the city gave us access to its own properties, which would help us to avoid those predatory practices. Also, regarding the lottery choice, I do ask that you all do not allow the lottery choice of dispensaries where greedy snake investors seek to benefit. Instead, begin with the waiting list that the program already has in place, starting with applicant number 1. Also, I do ask for an unlimited amount of delivery licenses, yet only awarded to 100% equity-owned businesses. And regarding the slides that I saw tonight in wanting to employ new employees within the city, I was saddened to see that because we have less than a handful of social equity applicants that have successfully gone through the program, and yet you all are looking to employ more people when that money could go toward us in helping more applicants actually successfully go through the program instead of us sitting around talking about it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and the councils, my name is Jillian Xavier. I am originally from the island of Trinidad and Tobago. I have been in this country for over 45 years. And I want to tell you, I can read from this, but I'm just annoyed. The lottery is not the way to go. I've been a social equity entrepreneur since the inception of the program. We've been sitting here looking for properties that don't exist at all, right? Because you have this map with a bunch of dots, a couple of stars that says they're approved. All the dots are just applications that went in. It's been sitting there for a year or two. You have 420 properties, and all these properties are saying, yeah, we have something to you to look at. You get over there, and there's another applicant that's already, sending an application. They can't find the person to resend the application. We need help. Having a lottery, that's a lot. And then you're still asking for money to hire more people. Shared kitchens have been passed. Shared manufacturing had been passed since July. What's going on with that? Have you reached out to anybody who's already in the manufacturing and say, do you want to work with social equity? Where's that study? We're sitting here frustrated. You're telling me to wait another 2022 to get in on a lottery. That's just not, we've been sitting here since 2016. Like, what are you guys going to do to help us get into business? Help me help you get your taxes so I can help the community and I can bring these young people in. Look, I'm a mother whose son was shot and killed at 18 years old. I will not be a grandmother. I'm in this business because I have a passion for it. Cannabis has helped me stay off pharmaceutical drugs. When they would say, oh, just take this Prozac. Oh, but wait a minute, you might hallucinate. Cannabis has helped me. That's why I'm passionate. Talk to the passionate ones, not the ones just sitting here trying to cash a check. The ones that's trying to change the community. Bring these young people off the street. Show them how to be owners of their own business. That's what's important to me. And we need to do better. And I'm asking you guys to really not do this lottery thing because we've been here standing for a long time. My name is Jillian Lisa Xavier. I'm not going anywhere, and I'm asking you guys to do better.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Violeta Aguilar with Catalyst Cannabis Co.
And as you know, Catalyst is very proud to be here in Long Beach and to have 4 stores here in the city of Long Beach. We just opened our last location in downtown Long Beach, and it has been a great community effort to really revitalize the whole block. So this is what we believe cannabis can do for our communities. We have been advocating and working for policy in the city of Long Beach that provides actual opportunity for social equity applicants. Through this process, we have had the opportunity to closely work and collaborate and learn from folks that have gone through the social equity program here in the city of Long Beach. We have come to learn firsthand through our partnership with Carlos from Pusherman Delivery of the barriers and challenges social equity businesses face, even when they have all of the support, including access to capital, including access to vendors. There's still many, many barriers that social equity applicants face. So that is why we're here. We want to make sure that those barriers are removed and they are able to open business. So we are glad to see that the city has moved to add additional brick and mortar licenses. As we see, this is the real entry to the industry. We support this, and we urge council to support merit-based process when selecting new applicants. We also support and really encourage the city to really look at what are the barriers and what are the processes that we can implement to ensure that the technical assistance, training, and education is readily available for social equity applicants, and we reduce predatory practices. So as we continue this process, we're proud to be here. We want to continue to be partners with the community. We want to continue to be part of this conversation with social equity applicants to ensure that the industry provides us opportunities that we know are available in the industry for our communities. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I'd like to thank first I'd like to take the opportunity to thank city staff and council for their hard work and dedication for social equity within this past couple months, more so like a year now. It's been very frustrating for a lot of people, as you can see. So, I really do appreciate your guys' commitment to it. Emily Armstrong and Cannabis Oversight, I really do thank you guys for stepping up and moving forward with all these recommendations moving forward. I do have some, hold on, give me 1 second. As I see recommendations being announced with the Agenda 19, I would also like to add some suggestions to city staff and council within our recommendations given. As we hope to move forward with adding FTEs with annual estimated and one-time costs and also increasing cannabis tax licenses, I would suggest a community oversight committee that should be created and appointed to oversee the implementation of Long Beach cannabis regulation and revenue ordinance. The purpose of this committee is to convene representatives of the cannabis business, operators, workers, patients, and other key stakeholders in the cannabis industry to oversee the Office of Cannabis Oversight implementation by evaluating data on the industry's growth, and also provide guidance and recommendations to the board and council on amendments to local laws and regulations, including those governing the equity program, to facilitate socially responsible growth of this new industry by creating living wage jobs and economic opportunities consistent with the city's intent to commit to the social equity and our minority communities most importantly. As I said, we all know this is a frustrating task. Our goal is to all come together to try to reach these endeavors, these milestones that most of us can't, get over. When it comes to the RFP and the lottery aspect, the lottery kind of impedes on the RFP, so it would kind of be pointless to just do a whole RFP, do interviews, and then go with the lottery process after. So thank you guys for your time and opportunity, and I look forward to keep working with you guys.
Good evening. I have a letter from my president, Andrea Zinder, which I'm happy to give to you, but perhaps in the interest of brevity, I'll just read you the highlights. My union, UFCW Local 324, represents 300 cannabis workers in this city. We appreciate the work of staff to craft a proposal that addresses the need for more social equity. Social justice is a core value of UFCW, and we're pleased that Long Beach has taken the lead on this issue. In general, we approve the inclusion of labor peace since it remains an important tool for preserving job standards in the industry. We support the usage of merit-based review during the application process. Collectively, we have sufficient experience assessing which operators are committed to upholding the letter and the spirit of the regulations that the city's established, and we should draw from that experience and continue to promote businesses that play by the rules. We suggest the city delay the implementation of the tax increase of 0.25%. Although we recognize the value of a cost-neutral program, we have to be mindful of the fact that the current legal industry only maintains about a 30% foothold in the city, and that it's incumbent upon all of us to make every effort to increase that percentage if we have any hope of preserving a healthy industry. Increasing taxes will not accomplish that. UFCW continues its advocacy in this industry to ensure the promotion of the welfare of workers and the community in which they live, and we appreciate your consideration of our perspective. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Souza, and I'm actually going to allow Adam, the president of the LBCA, to speak for me.
Good evening. Sorry, I didn't. Last time I was here, we were able to just walk up during the agenda item and talk, so I didn't know there was a card. But good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. My name is Adam Hijazi. I'm the Board of Directors of the Long Beach Collective Association. You know, the LBCA and other groups have been working for months to be able to craft and provide city staff and city council with recommendations to consider. I wanted to thank city staff's effort and the time that they spent to go through all of the information that was provided not only from the local groups, but also from various cities in the state and nationwide. I wanted to highlight some important feedback that we've received to date from many, not only equity operators in other cities, but a diverse group of people that we've been talking to. Number one thing is there isn't really a social equity program in the state of California that actually in its entirety works. Right now there's many holes in the various programs, and I think that we've been able to learn at least some of the things that have gone wrong, and we can successfully fix it here in the city of Long Beach. Time will tell the actual best direction for cannabis equity and all social justice efforts that are happening here in the city, state, and nationwide. But there is some wrong steps to start going down this policy. First, raising taxes is not the right step to moving policy forward. Currently, the market today is a very intense market. It's overtaxed. We're paying taxes on taxes on taxes, literally, when it comes to the state and city. Some good things that is going to be key to a successful program is opening up the zoning for all applicants. That is definitely the right step. Also, ensuring sustainability of the new and existing facilities to avoid over-concentration within the city. Everybody will have to actually operate and work within this industry once everybody is able to get included. Lastly, having a roadmap to education, training, and the protections is going to be as important as any other policy item that we're deliberating over tonight. The ability for an applicant to get the proper training, education, and having access at least to that is going to be paramount. Lastly, I want to say that timing is important. I think, you know, the process does take a long time, and being able to streamline that process. What's happened in the city of Los Angeles is we have about 3 years later, still waiting, only barely, not even, I don't even know how many have actually opened, but we have over 350 applicants just still waiting 3 years later. So I wanted to thank City Council, and have a great night.
Thank you. Thank you to all of our speakers. We do have a motion and a second. I want to, I'm going to turn this over to Councilman Allen in just a minute. I just want to, Mr. Moody, I might have some additional questions and comments, but I just one clarification. I just want to make sure that I heard. I think I heard almost from a few people, including UFCW, and I want to, of course, reiterate what was said about labor peace provisions. I think most folks I've talked to in the industry, I've shared that one of, I know it's difficult for some dispensaries, but one of the things that I really supported early on was the unionization of the workforce. To me, was incredibly important for many of us that are familiar with the way unions operate. There was a sense of structure that was put in place and a sense of empowering the worker and the employee that I think is really, for many folks, helped also add to the legitimacy of dispensaries and of the industry. And so I just want to thank UFCW for all of their work. And I do want to also ask this question about the lottery versus the merit-based system, because I've heard this a few times. What I want to understand, Mr. Modica, is, so I have, over the last few years, I have had a chance to, run into or meet different folks that have been involved, or that are been active in kind of the social equity process, that are obviously looking to open a dispensary and are trying to do it the right way. And so my only concern about a lottery system is that the folks that have been on the ground level then get left out of that process. And I'm not sure who's been there from the beginning or not exactly, but I just want to make sure that from what I understand it, what you're proposing is not a straight lottery, but some type of merit-based lottery. Is that correct? So you have a merit-based program, and then the merit-based program gets you into a lottery. Can you explain that?
Yes, it is definitely a merit-based program. First and foremost, you have to be merit-based to get into it. I'll let Emily explain how the lottery would work after the merit-based system and why we think that's a reasonable approach.
Yeah, so the intent is to go through a traditional kind of RFP process. And so that will involve evaluating proposals, determining fitness, determining their history with the equity program, their history with the war on drugs. And it's ultimately to get to a point where, let's say you have 100 applicants that apply for this. Maybe the panel ends up saying that 20 people could legitimately be cannabis business owners as equity applicants. They meet all the criteria. They have really great proposals. They have really great interviews. And then it really just comes down to, how do you select 8? How do you select the top 8 when they're all really great? And that would be the reason for the lottery.
I see. I understand that. My only thought as I think about that, and thinking about merit-based programs, particularly, my experience is in like the college, like admissions world, and I think that merit-based programs work and they're the right approach, but we also look at not just who might appear on paper to be the exact perfect candidate, but also, try to find those that have the potential, and frankly, those that have been involved in the advocacy work and been part of our process now for many years. So what I just hope you're all taking into account, and I'm not sure if it's part of the point system, is if we have social equity folks that have been engaged with the city for years, and they qualify, obviously they have to qualify and meet all of your criteria. I think that's the most important thing, right? And they qualify and meet the criteria. Should that person have the same or a better chance of being able to open a dispensary than an applicant that is just coming in? And so is there it's part of the merit-based program, are there points awarded to folks that have been kind of working with all of you now for a few years in this process?
Again, the criteria has not been developed, and that is really the purpose of hiring the consultant to do this kind of co-designing work around the criteria, is to make sure that we are hearing that, and that's a part of the criteria, and we have heard that. So the intent would be to hopefully prioritize those people that have been involved in this program for a few years now.
Okay, and then as far as it relates to the tax question, so I understand that the council recently obviously decreased the tax. That was something that council took action on recently. So not that I'm opposed to, appropriately ensuring that things are taxed at an appropriate level. I think that's important. But it does seem a little bit counter to what we just did. And so I understand that it's to hire additional city staff. I think it's 2 positions. Am I correct? But there is no other way to see. I mean, when you open additional dispensaries, we are going to see more tax revenue.
Yeah, so I'll jump in on that.
Be using that projection for the additional staffing.
So we looked at that first. Can we use any of that money? We believe that that's not going to be available, at least structurally, for at least several years, because we have to go through a process right now to bring on the staff to do this work, to then work with everybody to provide all the assistance, and then they're going to start opening probably 2-3 years down the road, maybe faster. We did want to make this cost neutral. We did reduce the tax, but we reduced it in a specific area of cannabis. It wasn't on every single one, if I remember right. It was to specifically entice the manufacturing side of the shop. And last year, when we were making our $18 million reductions out of a $30 million deficit, we looked first and foremost on how do we not affect services? How do we not affect police and fire and parks and rec and libraries? And what we did first was to look at our cannabis group, which we had staffed up as we started this program. And then we felt we were kind of at the equilibrium where we could reduce. So we reduced in my office. We cut an assistant to the city manager position. We reduced in business licensing with the idea, and we disclosed that to the council, that we couldn't take on new assignments if we got rid of that staff. And then we kind of got this direction to go the other way. So that's what we're looking to do, is to restore the staff that came up as part of the reductions last year if we need to take on this additional work. There could certainly be other ways that you fund it, but then we'd be adding to the structural deficit, and we'd have to come up with some other reductions in other departments.
And what's the total amount?
It's in the 300 range. One option which we have described is we do believe there are some grants out there that we can get some of this cost from, like some of the technical assistance. What we don't think state grants will fund are the 2 administrative bodies. So we definitely need the 2 administrative bodies to move forward. It's potential you can get other state resources and then drop the tax a little bit so that it's not at the 0.25. Could be a little bit less if we get that direction to look into that.
And I'll obviously let I think the council has been much more engaged, I think, in probably some members in the details of the proposal than I have. So I'm just kind of, just chiming in on what I'm hearing. So I'll let the council, I think, ask. They probably know more about the structure for this funding or for the tax. I would just say, and then I'm interested in hearing what others have to say. Is I'm wondering if, and maybe this is not possible, but if before the actual tax was implemented, we could first go see if we can get grants and see how the revenue actually starts coming in, because it's my understanding that revenue has been performing fairly well on the cannabis side. Isn't that right?
Yes, it has been going up, and that's been part of our projections as well to help offset other.
Hasn't also the revenue been in some cases higher than expected?
It has been, and those projections are part of our multi-year deficit. So yes, they've been going up, but so have costs and other things. So those are included in there.
I would just, in the discussions that the council has, I would just add that be interested to see if before we do the tax that we could look at first seeing if there are grants available. Because it's and I think that the revenue we're seeing on the other end is surpassing our own expectations. So I think that's a very positive thing. Thanks to everyone that spoke today and the industry and where things are headed. So I'll pass it off to Councilman Allen and then kind of see what the comments are. Councilman Allen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to start by recognizing Emily and Ty for their hard work on this item. This is just a complex issue, and I know that you've been working on this for months, meeting with stakeholders, weighing options, and I appreciate how thorough these reports have been, so thank you very much. With respect to both delivery and dispensary retail license, I think that we have a real opportunity to expand the cannabis program and do it in a way that helps meet our social equity goals. This is a new industry, and prior to it being new, it was illegal. Many people suffered as a consequence of unfair drug policies, and I think it's really important that we do everything that we can to ensure that our social equity initiatives are robust and lead to a successful business. Regarding the delivery licenses, I fully support the staff's recommendation to pursue exclusive licensing for equity applicants with no caps on the number of licenses. This option, I think, has the most community support and the potential for the most impact as it provides the opportunity for equity applicant to obtain a delivery license. Regarding the retail dispensary license, I want to thank staff for such a thorough report too. I do fully support the expansion of the green zone. Right now, we're in a situation where there is not enough space for new businesses to set up shop. And without expanding the green zone, it's possible some equity applicants will not find a viable property to conduct their cannabis business. So I do support removing certain buffers and aligning with the state regulations to open up some space. I also appreciate the 4 options staff presented on how we might go about awarding retail licenses. While the staff did recommend the hybrid approach, I believe that the full merit-based system is more appropriate. And I'll tell you why. I think the city and consultant, they can do a good job at categorizing and awarding these contracts. I think that's important that we do it that way because there are just equity applicants that have different stories. There's equity applicants that their lives and lives of their children and grandchildren have been affected. And I think that we can't we can't just pick someone on a lotto. I think that we have to I think we need to do that on an RFP process. And I feel confident that that staff could do that. And then lastly, with regards to the proposed tax increase, I'm not fond of that either. I think right now the cannabis industry is taxed north of 30%, and one of the most taxed industries. And I think if we're ever going to or expect these businesses to compete in the illicit market, the taxes should be lower. And so I'm not an advocate for raising the taxes. And then lastly, I think we need to expedite this process. Whatever that looks like, I think we need to get this moved along. And I agree with many of the speakers that we've been waiting a long time for this to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember Uranga.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank Councilmember Allen for her comments. So there are a lot of them were right on with what I was thinking about. One of the things that I like about this plan, however, is the fact that the distance between businesses is smaller. I mean, it's gone from 1,000 feet to 600 feet. Does that include like business within each other, or is it just between like what you mentioned about schools, parks, and other businesses?
So the 1,000 feet between the dispensaries would still be maintained.
Okay, well, all right. Just wanted clarification on that. And also, when it comes to, there was a commentary made earlier from one of the public speakers about lack of business space, lack of buildings or other opportunities to open a dispensary, perhaps even in the green zone. What about, we also just passed an ordinance, just a resolution a couple of weeks ago regarding the compensation for developers for building affordable housing. So I'm thinking about empty properties, empty lots, those types of opportunities. Would that come into play at all, or will those properties stay available only for affordable housing and not be eligible for a dispensary to be in that place? Obviously, it would have to be away from other houses and that type of stuff. I'm not talking like commercial areas.
Yeah, so we haven't looked into that, but I will say we have looked into other ways to try to incentivize property owners to allow cannabis or use their spaces or use some of these vacant areas. I think there is still some legal challenges due to the fact that at the federal level, cannabis is illegal, and perhaps the money that we're using to incentivize is federal funding that really can't be used for that purpose. And so we kind of have to be creative with the ideas, but that's definitely something that we can look into a little bit more.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Price?
Mr. Mayor, so I have a couple of questions about this. I want to thank staff for your work. You guys have done an excellent job on this, and I know that at least I have at least one current cannabis business owner here tonight who spoke, and that's Elliot Lewis. And I've said many times in the past, the council office has had a tremendous working relationship with that operator, and to the extent that he's going to be involved in the social equity program, I trust that he will honor his word in regards to what he's shared with me regarding the goals of the program. And so I support the work that staff has done. I support very much the process that staff has undertaken. Bless you. I do have a concern about these green zones and also the number of cannabis dispensaries we have in each council district. Understanding that our redistricting commission is going through a redistricting process right now, one of the things that we made abundantly clear in the discussions that we had about cannabis leading up to the voter initiative and even beyond was we did not want cannabis dispensaries to be concentrated in any one particular area. We wanted them spread out throughout the city because certainly it would not be fair for them to be concentrated in any one or more areas. And one of the reasons that you guys have modified the buffers is, I think, to allow for more opportunities for the establishment of the brick and mortar shops, which I think is great. In looking at the distribution of dispensaries throughout the city, there are some that have 1, there are some that have 2, and then there are some that have 6. So what I'd like to do is make sure that we have some fairness in terms of where future dispensaries go. So I'd be interested in talking to my council colleagues about some sort of a density cap per district, whether that's a conversation we have tonight or whether that's a conversation we have in the future as the new district boundary lines are created. That probably makes a little bit more sense because I think that's a conversation we need to have. Obviously, access to cannabis was something that was discussed as being very important. I mean, before it went to the voter initiative, a lot of people came to council and talked about the medical needs and how important access was for that medical purpose. And we've talked a lot about health and wellness. And so we certainly want to make sure that everyone throughout the city has access to this medical or recreational option. And so with the buffers are hopefully allowing for that. So the increase of the buffer zones, is that allowing more sites to be developed, more businesses to be established throughout the city? Is there now more opportunity in every district?
There is more opportunity in every district. Some districts will have more available space just due to the number of parks or the number of, buffers, the schools, the things like that. So there is expansion in every district. It differs between districts.
Okay, but sitting here right now, there is capacity in every district right now to take on more than there was before we vote on whatever the maps are tonight.
There could be, yes.
Okay. And then having said that, I do have an issue with one of the areas that it now appears to be an eligible buffer, and that is in the peninsula in southeast Long Beach. It seems like we are trying to build the buffers around places where children would gather, and yet every summer we invite over 600 children. We specifically in fact, you have to be a child to participate in this program. We invite them to the peninsula to run along the beaches and go back and forth between the bay and the ocean, 600 of them from all over. We're really proud of the equity program that we've built for the Junior Guards program. We've got a Whibbit there. We've got a sailing center there. We actually go out of our way to attract children to this area, and yet that's not a buffer or that's not a prohibited area. It's a residential area that has a liquor store and a cafe. I just don't think we should be allowing, if the goal is to protect children from proliferation of marijuana dispensaries, then we should not be inviting 600 of them And let me not even touch upon the numerous beach camps that the city park department sponsors at Bayshore. So I really would like to ask staff to reconsider that. I don't know if that's a conversation we can have right now, but I don't understand why putting a dispensary in the middle of the junior lifeguard program is allowed. It seems, I can't defend that position. So if we're not able to remove that or somehow move the junior lifeguard program, I can't support the current boundaries. And I hate to say that because I think the program and the policy, everything we've done is great, but I cannot knowingly say 600 children throughout the city who we're trying to give access and opportunity to, welcome. There's no other businesses here, but there is a dispensary. It just makes no sense to me. So I can't support that. But other than that, I think the program's great, and I want to do whatever I can to support you, and I want to support the program. I don't understand why we need to have one on 62nd Street. So, thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Mungo.
I will try to get through so many of these comments. Great presentation, staff. You guys have done excellent work. I'm really proud of being a part of this through the Economic Development Committee and the work that has been brought forward. Special thanks to Councilmember Austin, Councilwoman Allen. I think this has been just a great eye-opening opportunity. I also am supportive of a full merit-based system, but I would say that banding, similar to how we banned exams for being hired in the city, is appropriate, because when you have big money at stake, a half a point to make a mistake at that level and the liabilities that can be brought into that, I just think that we should put together a banding system that makes sense, but that is merit-based. I agree with Elliot about the hustle gene. I don't know how you judge for that, but being one of a few members of this dais who's actually been an independent business owner, the hustle gene matters, and we want to give people with the highest likelihood of success the opportunity to be there. I've talked to dispensaries specifically in my district, and one of them had said to me, man, I think the taxes are too high. However, if I couldn't have gotten through the process and the time that I did because of the excellent staff you have, it would have taken me a lot longer to get my business off the ground. So I think that it's a push-pull, right? If you don't have the staff to support the program, then the equity program will take 3 years. But if we staff up quickly and we make the investment, you could get an equity program off the ground more quickly and have that focused staff attention. And so everyone knows me, I'm not a big supporter of raising taxes, but I am a supporter of paying for the things that we need. And at least in my discussions with dispensary owners who have needed hand-holding throughout the process, they have appreciated the staff that the city has provided immensely. And so I think that that's something to kind of talk about. I'm not sure who the interviewees were and how many there were in the surveys that you kind of discussed throughout the presentation. And I think that that's kind of an important component, right? Like, did you ask for respondents from 500 people and 10 responded? Or was it 25? Were they from the same groups? I just don't know. So it's hard for me to validate the data and feel comfortable with it. So if staff could give us a little bit of input on that, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, so is this specific to the dispensary survey or both?
Actually, I'm going to go through all my questions because I realize my clock is ticking, but if you could answer my questions at the end because I know I have a limited time. But yeah, on both. I'm kind of interested just to know what that looks like. Issues about the zones and fairness. So I'm one of the council members with 6 in my district. So is Councilmember Richardson, who's not here tonight. I've been at a budget meeting in his district where the community asked, why do we have 6 dispensaries and no one else does? And I was able to say, no, me, I too do. And the reason that Councilmember Richardson and I both have the great blessing of more dispensaries is because we are adjacent to a number of cities that do not authorize cannabis sales. And so the borders of our city really have quite a number of dispensaries. Almost 3 of my borders to other cities have those, have dispensaries and have quite great volumes because they're not really competing for the Long Beach market. They're really competing for the Orange County market or the Lakewood market or the Signal Hill market, or not Signal Hill, I'm sorry, Paramount market, et cetera, et cetera. So just something to think about. But in that discussion, a community member had specifically stated, what about all these other marijuana-related businesses? What are the added risks? They had some specific data or concerns that they presented about the number of attempted break-ins and so on and so forth that have happened. I've had several in my district. The dispensaries do an excellent job of preventing theft. I would even say in some of the cases better than the pharmacies are doing right now, but it is something that they think about. I would be interested because there are districts that only have one. Same idea with when you talk about districts versus development zones. In the city, we have 3 major development areas. Maybe we do it by development areas since we know that those boundaries are going to be moving soon. And the specifics of being on this side of a council district or that side maybe isn't as important of making sure that the north piece of Long Beach, the downtown piece of Long Beach, and the east piece of Long Beach equitably have access in the area. But when push comes to shove, people are going to want to put dispensaries where the demand is. Big companies like McDonald's don't go where there aren't people who want to buy McDonald's. Similarly, in the sophisticated industry of cannabis, the dispensaries need to be where the people want the marijuana. So, 8 more. I don't know how we equitably look at what that looks like and where. We want them, as I mentioned, to be successful in placement. I'm out of time, but if you could answer that question, and then based on my colleagues, I might queue up one more time with my last 3 questions. Thanks.
Yeah, so in regards to the survey question that you had posed, so for the delivery survey, there was a total of 79 respondents to that survey, and we did send that out, via email, our website. I don't believe that one was on social media at the time, but we did get 79 total responses. 47% of the respondents were equity applicants or identified as equity applicants. 21% identified as Long Beach residents. 20% identified as cannabis business owners, 5% were potential equity applicants, 3% were just members of an LB business or community organization, and then 4% were other. And then in terms of the equity dispensary survey, we did push that out on social media, which gave us a little bit more of a response rate, and so we received 135 total responses. 43% were equity applicants, 23% cannabis business owners, and then, 43 were equity applicants, 23 cannabis business owners, 67 of those respondents were Long Beach residents, and then 2 identified as other.
Thank you for that information. I think that one of the big challenges that I had, at least with the dispensary locations, was people don't realize how small 1,000 feet is. And when you reduce that to 600 feet, we got a lot of complaints with that dispensary doesn't meet the rules. But when you look at the measurements, it far exceeded the rules. People's perception of that biffer is a lot different than the reality, and I think that's important. So I'm not real comfortable with the maps yet, but I'm comfortable in supporting the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. So I'm up. I'll take the floor. First, I'd like to thank staff in our city's Office of Cannabis Oversight team for really putting in the work for this feasibility report. And their recommendations on top of all their other duties. I understand that they're splitting time, and this is a real issue with staff capacity that we have to deliver our cannabis oversight, but also add on new facets to this program. And I know it took a lot of effort, and the report was very thorough. I want to appreciate my colleagues' comments as well. I'll just say that I generally support the recommendations, including the revised green zones. With the comments of my colleagues regarding the beaches and the children on the beaches, I think those are poignant points that need to be taken into consideration for any ordinance that we may look at drafting. But I think 8 dispensary licenses exclusively for cannabis equity applicants is a reasonable and manageable starting point, right, for the market. Absorbing new businesses in the market. That was the number we threw out in March. It seems to be a number that was settled upon by many of the respondents who have all been engaged in the process. And so I think we got that part right for right now. But that doesn't mean that it's capped and that it'll be over with. we can always look at doing more. I'd love to see us move faster and expedite the process. If there's any way for us to do that, and I'm going to continue to push in that regard. But the idea of a 25 or 0.25% tax is a little troubling for me as well. I've heard from a couple of my colleagues that might be a deal breaker. We want to move this equity program forward, and I'd like to explore other ways to getting there, meeting the financial needs to add staff and deal with the one-time as well as structural costs associated with building this program out. So later on tonight, we'll talk a little bit about the FY21 budget performance report. And in that report, staff indicates that business license tax and fee revenues are anticipated to outperform what was projected in the budget by $1.3 million, right? Due to a surge in cannabis sales, as well as an extension of business hours that the council approved. So, yes, we've been a partner. We've been proactive. We've done all we could to make this industry work and be profitable. And it looks like we're exceeding our expectations. I guess I need to ask, with that exceeded expectations, where are those revenues going, and can those revenues be used back into the program?
So they are an eligible use, but if you look at the whole performance report, those are general fund dollars. They're Measure MA, but they essentially are general fund. And as you look at the whole of the general fund, we're only $500,000 balanced. We're essentially exactly balanced. We don't have a structural surplus, and we're going into a structural deficit. So while that specific revenue has gone up, others have gone down, other costs have gone up. So we are currently, for this year's budget, balanced, and then for next year's budget, we're right now looking at a $36 to $38 million deficit. I'm hoping that'll come down as the economy continues to improve, but we'd be looking at reductions next year.
Could possibly we be performing better than 1.3 million?
It's possible. So I think we're hearing that from the council. What I'd like to suggest is that you don't take the tax completely off the table yet, but you consider other options. If we can get additional state dollars, give us a little bit of time to see what Measure MA revenues might do, what the state dollars one might be, and then what that delta is. And we'll bring you back some options, one of which could be a lower tax, one could be general fund and cutting something else, because we've got a little bit of time to develop the ordinance and come back to you with the staffing model.
Well, I love that recommendation. I just want to figure out how to get out of tonight in terms of a vote to support moving forward with our cannabis equity program, and then maybe leaving it open for staff to figure out the financing without a tax right away.
I think that's the direction tonight, is to give us more direction to come back with other options, and we'll bring that back when we bring the ordinance back, when we bring back the appropriation increase. We'll bring back, what our new funding strategy is going to be.
So moved. So yeah, I'd like to move that into the record, and I really think that's important, because I don't hear a consensus around moving forward with the quarter-cent tax and probably potentially crippling even those businesses that we are trying to lift up, right, in the same time. So that's my real concern here with that. If we can do that, I think we're in a great place. I like the idea of looking at other grant funding opportunities. I know that there are opportunities from the state. I think that again, time. The more time we put into developing our social or cannabis equity program, it's potentially opportunity lost. And I will just say that the ideal of a merit-based process is very, very important. Listening to the presentation, the ideal of a hybrid where we are doing an RFP, we're assessing qualifications, there's an interview process. I think that for me, the most important component is that it's a fair process.
We can queue back up also. So the time's been up for a little bit.
Up?
No, your time's been up for a little bit.
Oh man, I'm talking. I'll cue back up.
Yeah, cue back up. Thank you. Councilman Sorrow.
Thank you, Mayor. So I also want to express my appreciation for staff's hard work in making sure to get community input, equity applicant input, as well as those who are working in the cannabis business as well. And also appreciate all the questions and comment made by my colleagues. You know, one of the things that I wanted to just comment on, while it's taken time to get us to this point, it's something that's not been done, and we're kind of looking at other models that city have done, what they've done right and what they didn't do right that we can learn from. So I also see that equity is going to be a process in development, right? So I see this as a pilot programming. 8 isn't, I don't think it's right to say any number right now is the right number unless we do a little bit more piloting of how this program will work to making sure we even get 8, a total of 8, ensuring they're successful, right? That would be a success if it's 100% they're able to get their business running. So I feel like there's a lot of lessons that can be learned through this, what I would consider as a piloting phase of this equity program in Long Beach. One of the other things that I wanted to ask about, certainly I'm also concerned about this tax rate, which in addition to the options that were just shared that would be looked at is where we could find these funding, is also looking at, well, what are the tax rates in the other cities and how have they explored, you know, ways to fund their program? I appreciate this exhibit, you know, at the very last page, exhibit attachment D here, where you list a variety of cities that included, you know, looking at how they implement their program and their caps as well. Is interested in seeing what their tax rates are to ensure that we're kind of learning from them as well. The other thing that I wanted to talk about was also just this process of these eligible applicants. It's really important to me that we also ensure there's a majority that are Long Beach residents. Those who have been impacted by the war of drugs in Long Beach, I think we need to make sure that if there's a point system in the guideline that we give them additional points, because I think it's important that we lift up those who've experienced the various barriers here in the city. And then the other thing too is when you do get whatever your review process looks like, when you get your consultants together, or that's a consideration of how you find your consultant, I think it's really important that we also have a variety of reviewers of these applicants, that it'll be people who are in the cannabis business as well as those who understand equity that comes from that, have a background in understanding how do we approach using that lens in how you determine, you know, weighing in their experience, their life experience, and also other criteria as well that can be taken into consideration. So I'll say this again, in that while it feels like it's taking a long time, I also think that we should also move forward a little quicker so that we can pilot this to see what we can do right and what we can do, you know, taking lessons learned from other cities and what we can do well, right? So, so I know that I value that we want to make sure there's fairness and all of that to be taken in consideration, but we also want to make sure we get started sooner than later. I'm going to make sure I asked all my questions here. So yeah, so I think that's all my question for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman Zendejas.
Thank you, Mayor, and I also agree with my colleagues on all their previous comments and concerns as well. I'm glad that we're thinking about taking off the tax portion of this item, or actually exploring other options, I should say. That would be great. I think that, to me, that's important because this is an equity program, and I would hate for us to have unintended consequences here and be able to hurt the equity community, our cannabis community that we're literally trying to help and uplift. So, so that's good. Another thing that I was wondering, I was thinking about, you know, how things are across the city, and right now, our cannabis dispensaries have to be 1,000 feet away from each other. And I was wondering what the feasibility of maybe increasing that to 1,500 could be, because of the fact that that way it would be better citywide to be able to have that. And also, it would help these equity applicants in being successful and not be overly concentrated in certain areas. And that way they can not only become successful but sustainable, which is what we want. We want them to be both successful and sustainable. So with that said, I'm so proud of us as a city that we're moving in the right direction. And I think that, this has been long overdue. So I do also would like us to see us move a little bit quicker on this. I know it's hard, especially if we don't have the staff. So I'm really hoping that we can together work something out and find funds so that we can bring on staff to really dedicate to this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Price.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to follow up on some of the comments that I made. So I'm seeing here that we have added the community center buffer. So the area that I was referencing before on the peninsula, I believe there's at least one community center in that area. So I'd like to make a friendly that buffer be reevaluated in regards to 62nd Street and the Leeway Center. The other point I wanted to touch base on with the council, and I haven't heard really anyone comment on it, so I'm thinking maybe there's not a whole lot of support for it, but I would love to hear my council colleagues' comments on the over-concentration of dispensaries throughout the city in specific parts. So I'd like us to address that issue. Maybe it's not tonight in the form of a motion, but I'd love to know what my colleagues think about that, since this is an issue that is before us on an ongoing basis. I believe it presents really some Brown Act areas that I'm uncomfortable reaching out to colleagues to talk about when we have items like this on the agenda. I think it's a public conversation that we have to have, that I would like to have publicly, about whether there should be a limit on the number. So how many total will we have with this 8?
I'm sorry, could you ask the question again?
How many total will we have? I can do the math, you guys. I'm just trying to have a public conversation.
40.
So I
How many would
appreciate
we
my
have? 40,
colleagues
right?
yelling at me.
We would have 40.
I'm not a good
40.
mathematician, but that number I can get. Okay, so if we have 40, and we have, assuming we have 9 council districts, which that's probably not going to change even with the redistricting, what would that look like if we were to have an equitable distribution?
So I will say that redistricting is the X factor, as you mentioned. We don't know what the boundaries are going to look like. We'll know what those will look like by December. And we're not planning to bring back with this ordinance before that time. So there will be time to, if you wanted to give us certain direction tonight, to be able to look at the new boundaries when we bring something back.
I think that would be great. So I'd like to add as a friendly that after the redistricting information comes out, that council have an opportunity to have a discussion about the concentration, or the distribution, I should say, of dispensaries throughout the city, and whether we want to consider a density cap, for lack of better words. Because I think we should be all roughly around the same, and we should provide opportunities in the districts that are underrepresented in cannabis businesses. We should do whatever we can to help those businesses get those types of services for their residents as well, so that their residents, because I recall that was a really big issue when we would debate this topic, is that people having to drive to other parts of the city to get access. So we want to make sure everyone has access. So I think that would be a great conversation to have, and I bring that as a friendly.
Okay. Councilman Allen?
Yes, and so that friendly is accepted. One of the things that I wonder is, I represent downtown, and so we have a small area. We're dense, we're high, so there's not going to be as much availability. in downtown as there might be in Councilwoman Mungo's district, just because the mere fact that she has a big footprint. So I accept that friendly. And I just want to make sure I want to clarify the motion. So my motion is that we do not raise the taxes, that we look at all other alternatives, that the application process is based on merit, and then Councilwoman Price is friendly. That's my motion.
Okay, so I know I have speakers still, but that's to clarify the motion on the floor is the staff recommendation with the addition of the friendlies by Councilwoman Price, removing the tax and looking for other alternatives, and to go off of a stronger merit-based system than the one proposed. Is I think what the motion is.
That is correct.
Okay, and there's a second. Councilman Moringa, you support those? Oh, where'd he go?
And Mr. Mayor, if I can make a suggestion, I heard from the council that you'd like to keep this moving forward. We haven't figured out how to pay for it because we kind of removed that option today. We need at least $50,000 to start the consultant to move that forward. So I'd like to we'll find the resources for that. It'll come out of, something, either reserves or end of year fund balance, but that will allow us to at least take that next interim step if that's amenable.
Okay, great. We'll wait for the councilman on his way back, but let me just continue on the speakers list. Councilman Mungo.
Thank you. Just a question about the tax. Was the tax only going to be applied to recreational or medical as well, if it would have been in the motion? Just because I just didn't know.
It would be to both.
Okay. So one of the things that I would definitely recommend is for it not to be a part of the medical side. Like, we don't want to tax people's medicine if we can avoid it. In talking with dispensary owners, an average sale is $65. So we're talking about $1, $1.50, $2 per purchase. And while that is a lot of money on the recreational side, I'm not as concerned as I would be about the medical side. Those who have cancer and need the medical treatment and all of those things, I think that's a number one concern for us when looking at your revenue options for the future. Obviously, this council would prefer not to increase taxes. But when you do talk about, for me, I would like to not increase taxes and to get equity licenses available within 6 months. However, if I had to choose between a small tax of $1.50 a transaction and getting equity businesses off the ground in 6 months versus 3 years from now, I think I would choose getting them off the ground sooner, because I think we've waited just far too long. And I think that our process to date has been very frustrating. And so I think that that's part of the weighing of the options. Obviously, not increasing tax is best, but if it means it's going to be a 3.5-year delay because the two of you are going to have to single-handedly lift 8 dispensaries off the ground, I just don't know how it's going to be physically possible for you to do. There's just an amount of workload that's feasible, and there's an amount of workload that's not. I do recognize there's a national discussion going on with legalization, and perhaps the grant funding will be available, and I think that would be an amazing opportunity if that is. I also think that there's potentially a lot of equity funding coming from major foundations. I just don't know how we get that into the city, because most of their grant requirements are that it goes through a nonprofit. I don't know how we're set up to make that happen, but when it comes to moving this program forward, I'm very passionate about making sure that that happens. I support Councilwoman Price's comment regarding trying to find a way to distribute these evenly across the city, and I do completely agree with Councilwoman Allen about the density issues. And even with as many parks as I have and as many non-zones that I have, we still have a lot of zones. And I think that in discussing with the community certain dispensaries as they were put in, if we could be a part of those discussions, I think we know our communities pretty well, and there are some locations that literally across the street would have been acceptable, but where they are is just the foot traffic of the kindergarten, or it's not always just about a circle around a location that really makes sense. It's path of travel, it's a lot of things. And when you talk to a dispensary owner, some of those other things are very valuable. So, and I haven't actually mentioned this to Elliot, but he's right off a freeway. Nobody's ever made a negative comment about his because it's kind of like tucked into a corner, and people have easy access on and off of the freeway, versus another dispensary that might have significantly less traffic that is 1,000 feet from a high school. And that one is highly controversial and highly frustrating for the community. They have no parking. They're constantly impacting the neighborhood. I mean, everything about that dispensary is a struggle. And so when you kind of work through what that is, I think that there's a lot of context that we could help provide you with that mapping, but I also recognize that there's some legal components of just like how you articulate that in working with development services to make sure that we're equitably applying rules across the city and there's not just one versus another. So very supportive of both of those. But I do want to just state that while I don't want to increase taxes, I don't want this program to take 3 years. So what is your timeline on coming up with a solution and or bringing back a temporary solution and or a proposal?
I'm not sure we know yet.
Okay.
So we brought a proposal tonight. Let's change a little bit. So we'll go back and do a little bit of work. It'll be after December, and then we'll come back with some ideas.
And for me, again, I don't want to raise taxes if I don't have to, but I would rather raise taxes 0.3% on recreation and 0% on medical, if that meant the same amount. Just trying to protect those that are using marijuana as a medical use. So that's what I'd like to just continue to voice as a priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Austin.
Thank you. I almost forgot what I was queued up to say, but I do think that to Councilmember Price's point in terms of addressing density and equitable distribution of licenses throughout the city, I think expanding these green zones will expand opportunity for that. And I do think we as a council have to also be realistic to the market demand as well, you know, and that plays in a role into where these businesses are located. I probably have less than anybody on the council. I have one in my district. You guys remind me of that often, and that's right on the Lakewood border. So I don't know why that dynamic is. Perhaps, you know, it's hard to place cannabis businesses in the 8th district because of the current restrictions that we have. We have a lot of parks, we have daycare centers, we have schools. So I'm very supportive of us being consistent with the state policy. I think that's a smart approach that open up opportunities for these exclusive cannabis equity licenses to be successful in our city. And then again, yes, we'll have to have that sensitive conversation about oversaturation. But I think this is a great starting point, and I'd love to get to a vote so we can get staff to work and move this item.
Thank you. And then finally, Councilman Zendejas.
Thank you. Just wanted to make a quick clarification. I was hoping that my request for the feasibility of increasing the footage from 1,000 to 1,500, the feasibility of it could be a friendly. Councilwoman Allen.
Yes, so I thought, my understanding is that that number was 1,000, it's 600 now to match up with state regulations, and that's just the distance that it's from schools and things like that. So I'm not sure I understand.
No, I think Councilwoman Zendejas is proposing to expand the buffer between dispensaries from 1,000, which we were not proposing to amend, to 1,500.
Okay.
If I understand.
I accept.
Just so we understand, that wouldn't be from ones that are currently in place. It's only for the 8 new ones. Is that correct? Because we wouldn't be able to change anybody who already has a brick and mortar dispensary.
Yes.
So then it would be when new ones come in, we would look at the feasibility of doing 1,500 from each other for the new 8 ones.
And my purpose for that is to make sure that that we give these new dispensaries a chance to be able to be successful and be able to be sustainable.
Yeah, we can certainly bring back a second map that shows, you know, one with and one without, so the council can look at that as we move forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Allen.
Okay. Okay. A couple more comments. Councilmember Austin.
I feel like that the last friendly amendment, respectfully, just makes it more restrictive. We're trying to reduce the buffer zones and expand opportunities for equity licenses to be located in our city, and that particular addition seems to might be a little bit more restrictive, right? It pushes us in the other direction.
Staff, can you answer that question for me?
Yeah, so I need to correct something I said is when we do buffers from fixed assets, we can certainly plot that on a map. If we are doing hypothetical parcels that have not been selected yet, because we won't know where they're going to go until they get through their process and bring us a lease. Those are going to be essentially impossible for us to map. So we can give you some ideas of what that means, but we would definitely be shrinking the green zones a little bit if we go to 1,500 as opposed to keeping it at 1,000.
And it would just be a feasibility, nothing to actually decide on today, but just to see what it would look like.
Okay, so why don't we try this? Why don't we add in we'll write you up an analysis of what the pros and the cons would be, and we'll have that answer returned when we come back.
Awesome, that's perfect.
Thank you.
And Councilwoman Mungo?
To address the comments of both Councilwoman Zendejas and the previous comments of Councilwoman Price, and to factor in the need for it not to be as restrictive as Councilman Austin has just brought up, my thoughts on how we could solve this problem right now without having to worry about all of that coming back is any equity dispensary that's proposed within an area that was previously a restricted area would go through a small CUP process. Therefore, you'd have that opportunity at the last minute to work with what's already in that area and know that area well, like the peninsula, like a couple of other things, to be able to say, would this work? Is that a good idea? I'm trying to come up with a solution so that you don't have a bunch of analysis. I see Chris weighing in. That doesn't sound like it'll work.
Councilwoman Mungo, just in the interest of talking about the reduction of cost associated with that, right now the conditional use permit process is pretty costly. And I think with the most recent fee update that the council approved, those fees increased again. And I'm gonna, don't quote me on it, but I think those fees are upwards of around 10,000 or 10 to 15,000. So that's a pretty sizable cost to add to the equity dispensaries.
I see.
And council member, in addition to the 10,000, I think we can work here at the staff table to accomplish, I hear the council's concern, without creating not just the cost of the applicant, but processing a conditional use permit. There's reasons we don't do CUPs for dispensaries because there's not a lot of conditions that we would add, and we're putting someone through process for nothing.
We're just trying to think of a way that we wouldn't have all this.
Yeah, I think we
that
can
the one thing that my brother has taught me, being in industrial and commercial real estate, is that the loss of time is money, and he would much rather pay an extra 25 cents a square foot to get his location opened now than to wait another 18 months or a year, because time is money. And so I was just trying to think of what could we do to get this resolved tonight. Thank you for that additional comment.
So we can do a consultation process rather than a CUP, where the applicant is required to have a formal meeting with development services, is required to have a formal meeting with their relevant council representative, and if based on the location there is one, a neighborhood association, that would not be an approval.
Right.
It's just requiring them to have that consultation, and I think that would avoid the very costly CUP process.
Thank you so much.
That's a great idea. Thank you.
Let me go to Councilman Price, and then we're going to go to a vote. I know we keep going back and forth, so we just need to conclude. Councilman Price.
I just wanted to say I support Councilwoman Zendejas as friendly, but I'm not sure if that's still relevant. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So I think we have the motion on the floor, which I'm going to repeat, which is staff's recommendation. We're going to add the two friendlies that Councilwoman Price made, and then Councilwoman Zendejas' motion as well, which is an analysis of the 1,500, but also we're going to bring back the initial staff recommendation on the buffer zone. And then we are also eliminating the tax and looking for grants as a first option or other state funding, but also authorizing staff to put in the initial 50 grand or whatever the cost is to get the process started. And we are trying to focus on a more merit-based process than the one presented by staff. I think I got that motion, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. With that, there is a motion and a second. Members, please go ahead and cast your votes.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and go to item number 1.
Communication from City Attorney, recommendation to adopt a resolution making findings to authorize city legislative bodies to follow the teleconference meeting provisions of the government code citywide.
Okay, is there a motion and a second? Councilwoman Price? Nope. Okay, Councilman Austin, any comments? Nope. Members, please, is there any public comment? Nope. Members, please cast your votes.
Motion is carried.
Item 20.
Report from Development Services, recommendation to adopt a resolution to execute all block grant award documents to participate in the second round of the State Rental Assistance Program and amend contract with Yardi Systems to provide ERAP implementation to increase the contract amount by $3,800,000 citywide.
Okay, I think we have one public comment. Is Tiffany Davey here? Please come forward.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. Tiffany Seymour Davey, District 4 resident. I'm speaking in support of this item, furthermore doing so as it basically the discussion that took place last week concerning expediting and streamlining the ERAP process. This item actually does by increasing staff that already does exist but does need additional support. From April to present day, I've had the pleasure of assisting hundreds of tenants and landlords in completing their applications throughout all 9 districts of our city. Though I was not able to address council last week for the discussion, again, just wanted to highlight that this item does do a service for that discussion. I'd be remiss to not take the opportunity to thank Development Services, who has done an extraordinary job, I believe, of streamlining what necessary documents the city cannot get around, much less the state, when receiving federal funds. Lastly, I encourage all city council members who have not yet done so to take the opportunity to inform their residents of the LA County Board of Supervisors' September 28th decision to convert and extend the state moratorium, effectively renaming it the County COVID-19 Tenant Protections, which are in effect until January 31st, 2022. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other public comment, members, please cast your votes.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. Last item, 21.
Report from Financial Management, recommendation to receive and file a fiscal year 2021 budget performance report citywide.
There's no public comment, correct? Okay, we're going to just do a brief, Mr. Modica, do you want to just give us a brief performance report update? Just so that, I think most of the council has probably read the agenda, but do you want to just do that publicly?
Yes, Grace Yoon.
All right, good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. This report is a preview of the potential FY21 year-end projections. Just as a comment, year-end transactions are still in progress. And final disbursements of revenues are still pending, so this report is still based on estimates, and we'll be bringing back a final report on the FY21 performance based on actuals per our normal schedule in February. This budget, as a reminder, was established at the start of the pandemic in the middle of the incredibly steep and swift recession. And so what we're finding out on a positive side is that current projections show optimistic signs that revenue shortfalls in key areas are not as severe as originally thought that they might be. So as Tom mentioned earlier, for the general fund, projections are essentially showing that we are generally balanced for FY21 with a small operating surplus of $500,000. I do want to say it's important to note that there are many outstanding variables, and when we're talking $500,000, we're talking a very small margin, and so it's possible that this number could be more positive, or it could even swing to be a negative. We do have Measure A. We still have 1 quarter left to go, but Measure A is currently showing a potential net program surplus of about $10 million. And so for this final surplus, the city manager will be looking at all the priority items that council mentioned on adoption night, as well as other major needs eligible under Measure A, and we'll be bringing back a comprehensive list of recommended projects in February in the year-end performance report for City Council consideration.
Thank you very much. I think that's a good update. And just as a note, just wanted to add that all the projects that Councilmember Austin and the council worked on, worked on to come to a great list of projects. If things continue as planned, those are all going to get funded, or looking like a lot of those are going to get funded. So that's really great news. So there's a motion and a second on this item. Members, please cast your votes.
Motion is carried.
You're going to actually have two members of the public. If you guys want to please come up to speak, second public comment, come forward.
I just wanted to say there was a fire recently on the 900 block of Long Beach Boulevard. This is like the third time now this fire has occurred. When I was younger, I believe it was owned by Miss Mendoza. I'm not too sure who the owner is today, but I mean, at a certain point, this is criminal negligence. Whoever the owner is now clearly has abandoned it, and it has just been left to whoever is squatting, and it's a nuisance, and I hope that the city can do something about it. That's it. Thank you.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council members. Over 28 years ago, the City of Berkeley inaugurated the second Monday of each October as Indigenous Peoples Day. On the occasion of the first federal Indigenous Peoples Day holiday, the eldest grandson of Pashuram Durga Prasad Shukla would do well to note that the provenance or origin of that word indigenous, it's not classical Latin. In fact, it's a neologism coined decades after the Mayflower landed under the mischaracterization common for 2 centuries prior all the way to the present day, to refer to the peoples Columbus found in terms of the ones he went looking for. Last week I spoke on the oil spill, and it seems that our worst fears have not yet come to pass. Through a combination of luck, favorable ocean currents, and aggressive institutional response, the Amplify Energy oil spill has not been as bad. The basic question about exactly how much oil was spilled does remain. Any top-end estimate greater than 126,000 gallons begs a fundamental question. Was the pipeline leaking for more than 24 hours? This should be a relatively easy question to answer with precision. If you know how much pressure in the pipeline was lost and for how long, you should be able to calculate the total amount of spillage. This point applies as much to Beta Operating Co. as it does to the operations of our own gas and oil department, and the point I made earlier this evening about the monitoring of methane. Moreover, it's not hard to imagine a similar oil spill as Amplify Energy's, or a natural gas leak like Aliso Canyon's happening right here in Long Beach. The section of the San Pedro Bay pipeline that was likely swiped by multiple anchor strikes was already 40 years old, older than its expected operant life cycle. This is also true of the pipeline on the east side of the city's waters, run by Plains All American, the cut-rate outfit that was responsible for the Refugio Beach oil spill in 2015. The Thumbs Islands are over 55 years old, as are 7 out of the 9 pipelines that service them. The majority of the 28 oil and gas platforms and over 200 miles of pipelines connecting them offshore of our coast are also all over their 35-year expected lifespans. I don't know if any of your staff have had the chance to look at the devastation that was caused in the Gulf of Mexico after Hurricane Ida. Nearly 100 discrete spills reported by the Coast Guard that have yet to be sourced, let alone cleaned up. With bad luck, the wrong storm, unfavorable conditions, this could well be a vision of our future here in Southern California. So I'd like to reiterate asking when the climate plan is going to come before the City Council, and also like to ask of the $1.3 million already received Measure U.S. funding, how much of those monies specifically are being set aside to study how to replace oil as a revenue source for the city?
Thank you, Mr. Shukla.
When are we going to do community choice aggregation? Are we ever going to get that back before the City Council? Years of my life put into CCA. I would love for it to come back before the City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Shukla.
All right.
Okay, so with that, we're going to conclude the council meeting. Thank you.